heads are turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。 負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさドライビングモード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question. It's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour, I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. You should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No light, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop, I'm reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you never stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the life comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name.
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I was just told moments ago to do a bit of a mic check, and I'm glad I didn't
Yeah,
start yelling into the show.
We were told 2 seconds ago. Okay.
This is the
LPL
check.
time, I guess.
Yeah, all right. This is the check indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It has been a fair couple of days before seeing you, but it's a pleasure of mine to be back here alongside the one and only Lyric as well. It's the middle of last week, and Lyric, we're in week 10. We're in the final stride for the LPL.
Yep.
Like, it's amazingly how quickly we got here, that we always say, but still, it is good that we're on the final stride indeed.
That's nice. Still have a few spots left to lock in for playoffs. Today's my last day of the regular season. I believe you still got another one going on, but yeah,
I got
just
two.
shows the big playoff time is nearing.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yesterday, quick touch up before we go any further, though, because while we are gearing up for playoffs, some teams, I mean, they may be locked in, but I tell you what, top esports, just from getting a game, are lucky to kind of be there. What do you want to touch up on this? Because I don't know what's going on with TES. Even Weibo, right? You know, I was talking with Jamada this morning. He's like, I'm not sure that this team should have won yesterday either.
Still, the one thing I'll say for Weibo is their 2 series before that were actually very clean. So, them, more hoping. I mean, TS are on a 5 lose streak. So, it is a bit worrying. OMG, at least being a team that I think is pretty respectable to go down to right now, sitting 6th in the standings. Looking quite good. And yeah, I don't know. A lot of these teams have things they need to figure out, because regardless of even teams like Weibo, who I said I have more confidence in, JDG, EDG, LNG are just all absolute monsters that all of them are going to have to step up to be able to contend with.
And again, things change in playoffs. When we get into those best of 5s, teams just come out of left field. So kind of excited to see who steps up to the plate. As again, we said to you guys, this is our last week of competitive play here before we do go into playoffs in the week after, which will all be confirmed in our final couple of days as well. But as we said, top esports making playoffs of getting a single game, their win-loss is enough to get them through their game differential as well. And so, Lyric, we got 1, 2, 3 spots left remaining, being fought over by, let's be real, like 4 teams. RA have to make a bit of a climb. They might still be in the contention for playoffs, but it really feels like those spots are being fought over by RNG, WE, TT, and IG, for whom of which 2 of them can lock in today too.
Yeah, I feel like TT is still in such a good spot being at 8. Like, even if by somehow they don't win their series, which they have AL on the docket, it's like, all right, some of these other teams might not even hit 8, right? IG, RNG, WE. So I think TT feeling in a good spot. The rest, I mean, it's going to come down to, I don't know. I think especially looking at IG, they have not been on a hot streak. And I believe even their last series left is pretty hard. Yeah, they play BLG. So IG are the ones who I'm kind of looking at as being in a pretty dicey position.
I was looking at the final matchups and I was thinking, I'm like, well, you know, realistically, yeah, IG do have the hardest. But the funniest thing is that RNG have shown us that even NIP were too much for them. That even throughout the split, like, they struggled against BLG. Anyone's legend took a win against RNG, so you can never know. That's why the LPL keeps showing up in a very big way. We'll go to today's matches, and speaking of which, as I said a little bit earlier, we are going to lock in at least one of these teams later on today. I'll tell you exactly how. IG versus BLG. With an IG win, IG will do the impossible, Lyric, as we said, a hard matchup. But if BLG win that series, TT are cheering, because TT will lock in playoffs today as well. So, good sir, at least we get a result later on regardless.
Yeah, and even this first one, I know people are going to be looking at it like LNG versus up, very one-sided matchup, but LNG need to cleanly 2-0 this. Because if LNG don't, like, let's say LNG still win, but they win at 2-1, then they are tied with EDG in terms of game difference, in terms of series, and EDG 2-0 LNG earlier in the split. So then at most, if both LNG and EDG 2-0 their last 2 series, EDG are that team who gets the bye into double Elam. So very important for LNG that they do not drop a game to Ultra Prime today.
I will say on top of that as well, it's looking like if they can 2-0 this, and then in their last series 2-0 LGD, LNG would have game differential. There's a chance that they could be looking at first as well, depending. Depends what happens with JDG and, of course, their last matchup. But still, like, there's a potential there. And as you said, the importance of locking in top 2, which in our playoffs, to be confirmed, will be that double elimination. Top 4 gives you another chance. Top 2, rather, in the regular season, another chance getting into playoffs. So we can talk about that through as we come towards the end of the split. But for now, as you said, sir, LNG kicks us off versus Ultra Prime in their home arena. I think for LNG, we can summarize this team as like what the most methodical, the most carefully planned team in the league, or what?
I would just describe this team as just mid jungle. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even feel like that's unfair to say. I feel like up in top lane, you know, Zika's had some like all right performances.
欢迎来到2023年
Like down in
英雄
bot
联
lane
盟
when
职业
you're
联
looking at
赛冲击赛
LP, it's
真到
just been
公司界
kind of
麒
hit or
麟
miss.
连中
He's
线
had some good
今天
series,
苏州
especially
LNG 战
recently,
队将在
but
中
definitely
路
also
和中
him and
国
Hung
电竞馆
have
迎
been
战
able to be
UP 战队
exploited. So
首先
some
欢迎
decent macro play, some
Ultra
decent map
Prime
play coming out from the squad. I think they fare incredibly well in some of these like mid-game skirmishes. But you're always looking at Scout and Tarzan. And to be fair, Scout is a player who I always characterize in past splits of like having like slow patches, not necessarily playing poorly, but like just not showing up, not being that big playmaker. And it seems like with the change of environment, not having the comfort of EDG, that he hasn't had that. It's been his whole split that he's really been unlocked.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, Scout just syncing up with Tarzan was such a good sign coming through when it happened within week 1, week 2. As to the longevity of this team as well. Scout is someone who's only ever been on EDG, and he played out the longevity there as well. You're kind of expecting that LNG, with the capabilities they've shown in their first split together, that they can do so much more in the future as well. Now, on the other side, we haven't talked about Ultra Prime, who's stepping into the non-playoff seat. They're 3-11. They're second last in the league right now. They were out of playoffs quite a while ago. They are trying to put this roster together, and I think, you know, showing Forge here, Lyric, is giving us an indication of what they want to do in the future, considering that Chin came up for his debut split from the LDL. There were some hit and misses, but Forge is someone who was a bit old reliable on the old AL squad, and I think was someone who was developing quite nicely. It's good to see him get a bit more stage time here in the LPL as well.
Yeah, I think Forge is someone who, honestly, when he came into the LPL, like, not counting the stint where he was filling, you're right, like, when he came in filling in for rookie in 2019, pretty solid, pretty impressive. But then once he got into starting lineups going into 2020, honestly, probably the worst mid laner in the LPL to start off, which, right, it's a tough leap from LDL to LPL. The thing that was impressive was he improved. Split on split, Forge, like, his laning phases got less suspect. You wouldn't see him getting rolled over completely every game. And like you said, by kind of last split on AL, I mean, look how AL have done without him, without Chocho on the roster. So I think he is someone who can be relied on, but a very meta-dependent player. The Silases, the Akalis, all of these more skirmish, like, brawler, go in and fight heavy mid laners are where Forge succeeds. But going up against Scout, you're going up against a guy who I think has been the best performing mid laner in the LPL. And also, Scout's the first one I remember really gapping Forge when he came in 2020. I remember the matchup. It was really against Silas. And he got solo killed like 3 or 4 times. So hopefully there's no PTSD there. And Forge can maybe show, again, why AL last summer were a team that had to be respected. Why they were a team that Ox believed in.
As you said, though, it is a hard matchup. Like, Scout, on your note of one of the best performing mid laners, if not the best, I think is a strong statement. And one I agree with, where even Tarzan, one of the top performing junglers, if not the top, right? Like, we've been talking about people like Kanavi really carrying his team as per usual in his great splits. Excuse me. But Tarzan and Scout working together is something you elaborated a little bit on before. Considering that these guys have built up such great synergy. I mean, the Koreans of the team, right? Even Hung in recent games has been syncing up a lot better with the big junglers. Lyric, forget my point. There's a child here. Is that child going to enjoy League of Legends? I mean, at what point, you know? Like, my parents try and watch it, and they're, you know, they're a little bit older in life, and they don't know what's going on. I've explained. That child is going to be so confused.
I don't know how your parents are the one-to-one comparison of if a child will enjoy League of Legends.
Well, not insulting the parents. You know, you just think about, does that child play League? If so, I hope chat's all off, because my lord, sometimes I feel like my brain gets destroyed a little bit by some of the chatters in games, but that could just be OCE. However, Lyric, on a more important topic, props to that kid. Maybe that's future Faker, you know, future Knight, Chovy. It's the rulers of the world. That's how you start them. And they start playing League, and he probably gets to a higher rank than me, and he's like 7. So
yeah.
I see what the parents' plan is.
Watch,
them
he's
into
actually
it
been
early.
watching LPL since. I mean, I guess I don't know how old he is. He could be like 4, but I want to assume he's like 7, and he's been watching LPL since he was 2. So
Yeah.
I think he's coming in
Nice.
ready. I believe Ning and Baolan are his favorite players. So we're going to cheer for Ultra Prime today. Though I don't know. I think it would
Okay.
be pretty cool if LNG made top 2. So I actually don't know how much I want to cheer for Ultra
Well,
Prime. But I believe
Do
in
you
Ning.
reckon that, because Doombee's obviously, congrats to Doombee, they've had a baby. Maybe in a couple of years, Doombee might be playing again, and his wife comes to the stadium with the new, with the bub, the 1 or 2 year old, and then that's like future Doombee follows in his or her father's footsteps.
No.
And
No,
season 33 comes around.
Watch. He watches Doomie play, and he's like, "Man, this play style is garbage." And he just plays this like really intensive, he plays only mages, the Azirs,
Oh,
the
yeah.
Orianas, and he plays to just heavy gap you in CS. And then Doomie's still playing 20 years later, and then we have the meeting, we have the matchup to see which is right. Though I guess it will be dependent on the time. And I mean, if League of Legends
10,000 champions that are in the game.
in this form if it would still be there, or if we would be on like League of Legends 6.
True. Is there another one? Is it going to be like Overwatch where it gets remade and then you're like, oh, it's the same game? A lot of questions hopefully to be answered there. But look, at the very least, I used to cast things like Rocket League. I did a bit of CS. Like, at least that's easy to track. League of Legends, props to any kid or like older parent watching at the moment, because League of Legends is one of the hardest games to track unless you put hundreds, maybe not, like half 1,000 hours in at least to understand what's really going on.
Yeah, I mean, especially when adding more champions bit by bit. I can't remember the new guy's name, but I'm curious to see once he
Let's
gets
just say
on the
Gecko.
Rift.
Let's just use Gecko as a placeholder until we work it out. We use the Valorant agent instead, who does have a really strange picture.
That was a cute plush.
Is it Melio, by the way? It's Melio, the soccer player.
Yeah, I just know him as champion that extends the range. That's how he
yes.
works in my head. So
True.
I guess we won't see him until summer. So I don't know why. I don't really know how we got here, but I'm sure in any second we're gonna be in picks and bans, and then we're gonna be going through the paradoxes, the equilibriums that are high level strategic drafting options, and not just, okay, we're gonna get Vi over here and there's gonna be a Zeri on this side, and maybe there's gonna be a Wukong or something. Is here we are in picks
We
and
did
bans.
it.
I love seeing Kennen ban, because Kennen's a pick that I think is incredibly strong and not enough teams are taking advantage of. And we're already starting off without the Vi's, Zeri's banned, and we get Tarzan's Lee Sin. I am up for this.
And not only that, Lucian's banned as well. Like, already chat moves are coming through. We are seeing completely different tone of pace. Of course, I am just kind of still stuck in 13.1 and 2. I believe we did see some Xin Zhao yesterday. And it's actually going to get locked in. Ning as well. It's hilarious because when IG were in their prime, Xin Zhao was like a must-pick or ban.
Yeah, Xin Zhao, Camille, these are kind of champions that come to mind when I think of Ning, and instantly going to go towards Zach Gragas as well. For Ultra Prime, they have played it in top lane once. Harry has piloted that. We haven't seen it in mid lane for Forge yet, but hell, Forge has only played 4 games, so who knows what else he has up his sleeves. And LNG quickly going to the Xayah and Rakan, so going to give themselves a bit of scaling, a bit of power that they can fall back and rely on, and really hung up on one of the champions he's more gravitated towards. He's one of these players who, despite the long split, has enchanters towards the top of his pool. His most played is Leona, followed by Nautilus, followed by the Rakan. So, he's going to be wanting to, like you hit on it earlier, sync up with Tarzan, set up Scout, and look to make these plays.
It's been something they really focused on. In an interview, Hung was saying he wants to sync up with Tarzan more. That's the team's objective at the moment. That was week number 3 or 4, so I'm glad to see the development there. As with the Rakan, it's going to make it easy to do so, but we have to see him transition what it moves towards, because there's no support currently there for Baolan on the bottom side. They've banned away the Lulu to enhance the hyper carry, while Ultra Prime are looking towards the top lane here. Lyric. Zeke losing some of his champion pool. Still has things like the Renekton though, sir, and Jax is also on the table, so I'm curious to see which direction LNG go for in their top lane island.
Yeah, I want to see first where Ultra Prime go with support. Of course, you still have things like the Thresh Up with the Lantern if you just want to try and be able to provide that safety for the Aphelios. Now taken away, they could go with like other engage options if they wanted to like opt into a more niche pick and something like the Leona. Or I think even things like Karma are pretty interesting if they did want to run an Enchanter, just trying to heavily win out through the 2v2. But looks like it will be the Renata. Renata's been something I've really liked seeing come back into the LPL, especially the way teams play. We're having more engage come on in, and it really just feels like the ulti's been getting a lot of value in recent games.
Especially when we have a Zyra Khan. Going to be fun to watch that in action as they leave counterpick for the top side, or at least towards mid, excuse me. We know that Gragas can still technically be a flex. Zika going for something that's on an island, while Scout, our star player, the most MVPs in the LPL, where's this man going to go? Things like Rise available, LeBlanc. Oh yeah, Scout is a bit of a connoisseur on this champion as well, to say the least.
Yeah, will open up the Lissandra for Forge, something he feels very comfortable going on. Going to be able to do fine in the laning phase, and you just have more peel for the Aphelios. Because this whole comp that Ultra Prime has drafted is centered around Dongo. I mean, you have peel coming out from the Renata, you have the ability to keep him alive, you have Lissandra who's just going to create so much space in team fights, or be able to just throw out that ulti if Scout ever tries to jump in, or Tarzan, and of course the explosive cast coming out from Harry. So, protect the President on the side of Ultra Prime. LNG, they played to their strengths. Mid-jungle aggression that you want to see, moving the side, setting up picks with the Rakan, and really isolating targets on Ultra Prime and never letting them get that 5-man stack.
Well, I mean, for LNG, a little bit more proactive than what we're used to. I mean, LNG have been one of our slower teams in the LPL. If we just look at game duration alone, they're second at 33 minutes on average. Like, LNG don't race, they don't struggle under the pressure. I was having a chat with Colorcast the other day, and they were saying this team is quite adaptive. They're very good at changing the pace of the game at their whim and reading it themselves. So LNG, this near championship team, this near top of the table team, they've already locked in playoffs, but they need a 2-0 here. That's what Lyric said. A 2-0 would get them in great contention for the top 2 spot. They're fighting with EDG and even JDG at this point, but they need a clean win against Ultra Prime, who are already out of playoffs. Ultra Prime can play spoilers. They can play a pain in the backside here in this opening series. But in Suzhou, LNG will have the crowd behind them. As I realize Gragas in his background picture, someone is swinging something at him because I feel like he's a bit of a rabble-rouser, as we all know, and that person means to kill him. But then again, Lyric, that could also be a new champion. We don't know. He could be coming very soon. That's how Riot would do it. Slip him in. It's the guy that hates Gragas because he's the barkeep, and Gragas took all of his grog. That's why he's got such a happy face, but he didn't pay for it. And so at the very least, as we're still stuck on this screen, have a thought there in the top right. Is that our next champion, or is that just a very, very annoyed clientele that Gragas has just gone to the limits of testing? As we get into Summoners Rift finally, and I can stop talking, finally too, as we get through to see if LNG can clean house here and move closer towards that top 2.
Here in Suzhou, like you said, LNG gonna have fans out in hordes, in legions, as they would say. And again, when you have Tarzan on Lee Sin, Scout on LeBlanc, I think it's what you want to see. Because even just reinforcing that, like 4th highest mid proximity for Tarzan, 3rd highest to support for Hung. Like, it really is about that core and what they're able to get done. You don't expect to see Tarzan playing much around top or even bot this game. I think you could put some ganks down there. You have a pretty immobile bot lane, so if you can force summoners, that's always there. But after you do that, I really think it is about controlling vision in mid, making it so Scout has that freedom to, even if he can't full on roam, like playing Fog of War and put some pressure on the side of Ultra Prime.
And can we just go into matchup specifics for a second? Because I know you used to tell me this all the time, where LeBlanc doesn't have the hardest time into Lissandra in the actual lane, right? Like, it's more of a neutralizing pick for what happens in the rest of the game, and again, stopping Scout from making that movement.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely ways to play around it, right? As long as Scout, as you can see, like, isn't heavily playing in the wave. Once you have a few abilities coming online, it's about, like, kind of playing with your distortion in interesting ways, sorting to the side, getting off an ethereal chain. And if you do that, you can usually out-trade or at least force the claw. So Lissandra has to back off. So definitely not like some hard counter, Lissandra's going to crush you, and your life's going to be a living hell, but just
Yeah.
really nullifying what he wants to do later on. That ability to just dive and jump in, and then also another champion that just sets up really well for early ganks if Ning wanted to get involved.
CC Chain going to be a pain for Forge to deal with here. Electrocutor also taken by Scout, just a note there, matched by Forge here in this game, but we've talked heavily about the 2v2 of LNG. That's what's brought them to the success here. Scout has 15 MVPs in this split alone. 15. Think about how many games have been played. This is the 15th game, in fact, for LNG. So every single series thus far, Scout has picked up an MVP. In fact, this series has picked up 2 lyrics. That's kind of a nuts stat.
And it just goes to show, again, I really believe he's been the best performing mid laner in the LPL this split, which even though Scout's always towards that top 2, top 3, I think in a regular season there aren't that many that I've put him in that contention, right? Always been up there, but this split has just been different as Tarzan now, wanting to play off the prio that him and the bot lane have. Gonna look to get a little bit cheeky with Ning.
Ning's thinking about it. Sonic Wave is going to connect, though, and a couple of autos in. Sonic taken into a resonating strike. He gets knocked up, but the smite doesn't come through. Tarzan just takes it from under his nose. Ning gets forced out, and the new gen of junglers versus the old. You can see who's winning to start off game 1.
Yeah, great from Tarzan. Now even to be able to take away the Gromp. I love how his laners are playing around him, and it just shows, again, how well-drilled LNG can be. Both bot lane and mid had made their way over just in case anything had broken out. And now for Tarzan, going to be easily able to pivot to bot lane scuttle. He still has 2 camps up in that bot side. Like, there's just so much available for him to take. To where you look at Ning, no camps up on top side, nothing to really counter jungle away from Tarzan.
Yeah.
Only top lane scuttle, maybe Raptors will be up, or, you know, even gank opportunities are just really not there with both mid laners recalling and Harry being the one that's pushed up.
And as it zins out, it's also very hard to gank a LeBlanc. I mean, LeBlanc going to need some setup first from the mid lane Lissandra. So, further to your point, what do you get? A Scuttle Crab? A Gromp spawning in about 10 seconds time, okay. But Nink's going to come through here. We'll see the frog, whatever Gromp's son's called, spawning his father. So Ning does have 1 camp, but Lyric already 12 CS lead. Tarzan's back.
Yeah, the ward being placed by Zik is so good, and now waiting for Scout to be able to link up. He's going to go in first. Now they're going to try to cut off his path of
There's no
escape.
He's
got
like, do I
flash?
flash? Yes, he does. Dude. Lyric. Tarzan again. It's just jungle diff happening in this first game. Okay. Hung's okay for now.
Also just, you know, goes to the lanes, because you got to give credit to mid and bot winning out to give Cryo in that bot side to be able to go for that invade, which pretty much leads Ning to having to look into your top side, so they know exactly what's going on from the very first minute. I want to go back to you saying that this would be Gromp's son. So every time Gromp respawns, it's just a new son of the original.
It is his
Where
son.
did this come
Lyric
from?
Scout though. Oh, yes, yes. It's a solo kill at 5 minutes in the game. Is it worth dying for? Well, you better believe it.
That came out of nowhere. Scout just sees the opportunity, goes in. I mean, even look at where the wave is. Completely ignoring all that, traversing the lane to make sure he gets that first blood on the Forge. And it's all about the mental victory here for Scout. Again, he wants to give Forge that PTSD of what he did in previous years.
Yeah.
Doing some good trades off with the Q. You can see the corrupting pots are burning down. And then able to force this one out. Holds onto the chain for the claw to be able to go down. Does take quite a bit of damage from the turret, which means it does end up just being a 1-for-1. But still, I believe that wave didn't even end up crashing the turret for Scout, so he comes back to a huge amount of CS and he's going to be able to answer. And yeah, we're going to see how this one plays out now with both mid laners not having flash.
Stop it. I mean, Ning's just in trouble again, isn't he? Tarzan popping his head in. Ning isn't able to dry. And Lyric, I will tell you, importantly enough, yes, it's like a son calling his father for dinner. You know, he pops out, he says, okay, Dad, the coast is clear. And then Gromp comes out to chill. And Gromp's probably sitting there having a meal, just minding his own business. But what does he get? He gets a jungler in the face trying to kill him.
Is every new Gromp the original Gromp's son and or like grandson? Like,
no,
or
it's
is
like
it
a replacement.
lineage?
It's a replacement thing where, you know, it's every Gromp has a son. Every League of Legends player should know that. Every Gromp has a son. And they're like, oh, this is a nice spot to perk up for the day. They sit there, the drop sun says the coast is clear every time, but little do they know.
I'd like to think of it more as I'm gonna pause just in case. Zika with the all
Yeah,
out.
you are right to pause. Harry's already used everything. Is it all out? The explosive cast. Beautiful stuff, but Zeke is going back in. He'll see Harry, but not Ning. He needs Tarzan to help him out, but the flash away will save the day. Harry now getting there as well, but the kick through doesn't finish the job. However, they turn for Ning. Tarzan, you hero, man. Again, the second best player on LNG, just sniping down.
And I mean, right, doing so much earlier, blowing Ning's flash, allowing, so hey, even if you go for that kick, if you're not able to connect the Q onto Harry, you're still going to be able to find Ning without play and guarantee the kill. So far for LNG, I mean, 2 kills on the board. We're starting to cement with some leads, especially down in that bot lane in the CS department. We're going to see here how it all started out. Zika wanting to go with the aggressive trades up in this top lane, goes for the ult.
Yeah.
He's going to force the explosive cast out. And this is where it's like, well, it's Prime thinking they could take advantage, but if Zika's playing this aggressively, they must know someone else from LNG is on the way, and they do not have the damage of the burst that'll take out the Cassante at that health, so it just kind of sets up Ning to end up going down in this scenario where now, when you look at an Iron Spike whip built up for Tarzan with the Bomby Cinder and the Chain Vest for Zika, we're starting to get close to the points where these first items are going to be online.
And quicker for Tarzan. To your point, Ning is down quite a measure here after what happened earlier. Forge gets rooted up. No glacial escape for you. The claw just disappears as Baolan now roams towards mid to give a bit of help, but Hung and LP are both here. Forge already uses the flash forward. Great engage. Ignites down. Forge going to go gold for the time being, but that means that little passive is going to wear off and Forge dies anyway. Scout gets out with a slither of HP as Ning joins in, but it might just be to die. A Sonic Wave. A challenge is out, but taken by Tarzan yet again. LNG, Tarzan flashes away, but that was beautiful from Baolan. It's a response, but LNG still get everything they came for.
Yeah, LNG really are just taking over. Baolan, I mean, he'll get double buffs. Maybe he takes that one. Be able to start spamming out some of these abilities, but another plate going over to the side of LNG. It does look like Doggo's been getting a lot of work done to this turret and bot side, though. 3 plates.
It's not bad, considering the whole map is burning.
Yeah. Now, though, with LNG having their main forces on that top side with Scout going down to 10 waves in bind, this at least will open up a Herald going over to them, but still, it's rough. I really cannot believe in that time he was able to get it down to 2 plates.
Felial stuff. Good on him. Well, Doggo needing it, especially considering he was already down in CS. The plate gold might make a difference, Ulrich, but remember, as Scout goes in, Doggo is ambitiously standing by, ready to take Scout. And look, if he had the full item, maybe it's a different story. However, he survives, gets a shove in once again, sticks around as LP and Hung move back down to the bottom lane. And look, we will look at an action replay here as to what set this up.
I do love action replays as the chain comes out, so not able to escape that. Doesn't decide to stay and try to push out this wave because he knows Baolan's coming and he has his jungle waiting in the wings, but it just opens up with a knockdown from Hung. Having to ult yourself, like, sure, gonna get a bit of value out of that, but enough damage able to come through with the fact that everyone from LNG rotating over except the Cassante, like LP getting his way into the fight all the way from bot lane, and that allows Tarzan to be able to run down Ning, buying 2. But, you know, again, props to Baolan, gets the handshake, and at least finds something in return.
But as we look at the gold lead, it's 1,000 to LNG. They got the first dragon, gearing up for the second in under a minute here. Scout is 2-1-0, and there might not be a CS lead through mid, but Scout is going to have himself a nice Luden's Tempest. Maybe even before this dragon spawns up. LP might be saying the same thing as well, as he's got plating there because Doggo's going to get kicked against the wall. Sonic Wave through. Tarzan is everywhere, man. Giving this guy Lee Sin is like giving a polar bear someone to eat.
Yeah, I mean, and they're going to be facing the consequences. Doggo going down. And now for Ultra Prime, where do you answer? Look at the vision on top side. Like, it is completely lit up with LNG's wards. He's going to be able to do anything up there. Herald's going to be dropped, so they're going to be able to guarantee this turn and just back off. Dragon coming up in 10 seconds, so they'll already have control of this area. And they just saw Ning. They saw Ning clearing out some of that vision on top side. So LNG even know they're going to get it for free. Is Forge?
Oh, that glacial path timing, quite literally perfect as Hung almost interrupts. Scout continues to bully out as Ning is now on this top side. This time, Zika might not have the help he wants as he buffers through, but the TP used the all-out. He goes into the whole team, but he's still doing so much damage. Harry was under turret. A good handshake from Baolan, but he has to flash in the end as well, away from the chains of Scout. Rocking that IG rookie skin and doing it proud as yet again LNG survive out. But now for Forge, he's got no mana. He ran into this, has to flash away, and Lyric, just like that, 2 plays from Ultra Prime hit back in their face.
Yeah, Forge has been making quite a few mistakes. Kind of tough to see. Again, hadn't been playing for a while, so still, this is only his 3rd series back, and not exactly the type of mid laner we knew him to play, but this was just so greedy, so over-aggressive, wanting to stay into that plate gold. Just, was it worth it? Was it worth it to lose out on that flash? He's still not even on his mythic just yet. You look across the board, almost everyone from LNG's on theirs, barring Hung. On the side of Ultra Prime, we have Gale Force, and, Harry has picked up a Sunfire cape instead of opting into that. Of course, that being kind of the new flavor of the month to help you get control over some waves. But just the item disparities for LNG.
Huge.
Huge.
I feel like we need to start talking about comps again because this 1K gold lead has just moved to 3K. Dragon number 2 has gone down over to LNG. It might be a Chemtech, but still heading towards a Soul. And you were talking about this game being very heavily prioritized around Doggo. He is a little bit behind. He got plating in the bottom side, but all the plating that LP and Hung were able to pick up together seemed like so much more. And I wanted to talk to you about how Ultra Prime play these next couple of Dragon fights because it feels like it's going to be important to mention that Doggo won't be at that item point, that Ultra Prime will be behind with some of their front line, some of their counter engage as well.
Yeah, I honestly think they have to just forgo the next Dragon, which isn't for another 4 minutes, so they at least have some time to farm. But LNG, as we can see now, we're just going to keep forcing plays into them.
Mine.
Oh.
He got it. He actually just got it. Now, Ning's engaging on this, but Hung by his side. Doggo's moving in with the Sonic Wave, followed through on the escape path. Scout zoning away Forge. Here we go again. He's got a Tempest now, so his damage is going to a point of critical. Taking this ward, Forge, will he regret it? He'll get rooted up at the very least, or not, with the Glacial Path that follows him out. Sonic Wave yet again. Tarzan is not backing down from this space, considering that, I guess Herald will be up in a minute 30, and LNG are doing their due diligence early.
If you want to know what Ultra Prime needs to do right, Ultra Prime theoretically want to just be able to, clear out waves, farm the camps, all this, but LNG, as we can see, aren't letting them. So when LNG are going to go for these plays where you're committing members to invade the enemy jungle, you need to sacrifice somewhere. Whether that's being like, hey, we're going to allow Scout to hit top and bring Forge over, have numbers advantage when Tarzan and Hung are just walking in our faces in red side jungle and look for engages. Because if not, you're just going to be pushed out of your own jungle, lose there. You're going to lose the 1v1s in top side. You're going to lose the 1v1s in bot, and you're not going to be able to find anything. So it's going to have to be, okay, sacrifice for a moment somewhere to hopefully force a play with numbers advantage, be able to actually get off the play with the amount of CC that you have, and then buy yourself some more time to answer where LNG was just pushing.
And then I'm guessing one of the most important tools, and that is someone like Forge, right? Forge, or maybe the Gragas, Harry. It feels like Forge is the easiest way to get in.
100%. So again, I think that would have been a great example topside that had he just been like, all right, right now we're just losing our camps, getting chunked in top and mid. We're going to have to accept that we're so far behind. We have to sacrifice somewhere. You bring Forge over. You hope to find that engage. And again, if you don't miss it, it does end up meaning you just gave up waves top, turret damage top for free. But when you're behind in the game of League of Legends, you're not the one who gets to dictate the terms.
True. That's the fairest part of League of Legends, thankfully.
What is it? I've been watching, again, I'm a bit of a weeb, been watching a lot of anime, and it's one of those things where the main character comes in and says the weak don't get to choose how they die. That's Ultra Prime in this situation.
Wow, where's that from? That was bold.
I feel like that's said in everything, though, just in different words.
True. That's like an All Might, that's like a My Hero Academia kind of vibe going on there. Look, Forge doesn't get to dictate what camps are taken because Tarzan's been taking this game under his own wing. Even opens up for Scout to get this turret, but having said that, Ultra Prime, they will be able to get their first turret of the game. Some kind of trade going on here. It just kind of all depends on what else can be taken, Lyric, because Dragon's coming up in 1 minute 40. You said maybe UP just kind of give up that next Dragon with the way the game state is, considering how far behind they are. 3,000 still looking like that on the scoreboard, so we just kind of have to see how the setup goes because that time is getting shorter.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, gold might not be that drastic, but it's about items, which they finally do start having items come online. We can see Ludens came out after this back. We had a gold drinker just picked up by Ning, on his last reset. So they're at least getting to a point now where they could potentially contend, if they play these skirmishes well, as things like Battlelands Ultimate can get a lot of value, unlike in, previous fights where they didn't even have any first items online. So we'll see what opt into. If they are going to forego this Drake and let them get on Soul Point, you would theoretically want to see them start prepping for topside, so then they can at least try and trade, get that top lane turret, get some more gold injected, clear out some of these wards, and get their own vision placed for when Baron spawns in 2.5 minutes.
Well, 2.5 minutes, 30 seconds otherwise. The vision game on that note has been really good by LNG. I think that's something we saw in the early game, where the tracking coming through, where Tarzan's ward priority gave him that advantage over Ning, gave that priority to steal away his camps and even look for the counter-ganking angles. As TP comes through, again, you look at that vision line, all up towards the Baron to make sure there's no setup for a potential play in 2.5. As there's the engagement, it's onto the tanky member. Handshake as well, but they're using everything. Meanwhile, the shove back's beautiful with the quickness on top. A great hostile takeover, though, gives the chance for Ultra Prime. Tarzan Sonic waves through as LNG are getting chased down this choke. The glacial path again utilized. Ultra Prime burnt a lot to get that off, but that's their most successful moment in this game.
They did that, though, in a 5v4 and weren't able to convert it into any kills. Didn't even get meaningful summoners like LP's Flash. So Ultra Prime now might be in a rough position because LNG want to bite.
And guess what? Might not have Hung's ulti, but we've still got Tarzan, still got Scout to jump on in. LP as well, everything up and available to kind of hyper carry this fight. Sonic Wave not going to connect, but Dragon resets. LNG playing with a lot of time here is Forge. Faking it back here on the back end, he doesn't have teleport. So if he leaves, Ultra Prime are giving up this fight, and I guess he's just baiting it out.
But look, I was going to say, look at mid. Herald's is pushing. They're going to get another charge out from this one, and Scout can just keep putting out continuous poke damage to just put Ultra Prime in such an awkward position. Forge's ult is about to be back up, so that'll give them some more options.
Scout is going to pick an angle in the meantime as well. A handshake again. There it is. Forge jumping in. Beautiful stuff. The all-in finally. But a root back LP with his dying breath may have just won the fight. A good bailout onto Ning trying to get the kill, but Zika gets away in time. Dodges the body slam from Harry as well, and Ultra Prime. And now in a choke versus a LeBlanc. Scout might have used everything though as Doggo runs back in. He's going to get chained up, lashed down for half his HP. But as good as that looked for a moment for LNG, Ultra Prime make it a heavy-handed trade as Scout might have to run in onto the backline yet again. Harry starts the engagement, he flips back. The rest of Ultra Prime aren't healthy enough to do this, bro. As Forge goes in with a glacial pass, it ends up sealing his doom. No bailout for you as LNG played with their cooldown. They once again utilized their timing window. Their ultis are back up and available. And Ultra Prime are a free KFC dinner for them at the end of the day.
And it just goes to show that core of LNG that we were hitting on really being the defining part of this team. They waited out, Scout doing a great job. Tarzan as well, now able to turn this into a Drake. Will put them on Soul Point. And now the gold lead that was just 3K before is now almost at 6. We're going to see here kind of the extended part of the fight, bringing them out, drawing them in, waiting for some of these cooldowns to come back out as they're putting pressure with the waves. And I love what we see here, right? Scout putting a pressure on the backline, gonna force out balance. Splash here, Tarzan putting some pressure onto the Gragas, and it just leads to Harry being separated from the rest of his team. And he's really the only one left who can provide any sort of peel and buy space for the other players to potentially be able to escape. He's not there, doesn't manage to do that, so it just allows Tarzan, Hung, Scout to be able to jump in. And Zika doing a great job to enable all that. So LNG topside, LNG supporter there. LP, I'm kind of doing his job. He's been farming very well, 30 CS up. And even if he goes down, at least can be the insurance policy. I mean, LNG don't need one. They can be insurance free. They don't need that monthly payment.
That's right. Comprehensive is garbage anyway. You only need third-party property and theft. I feel like for LNG, they've even gone, well, we're not going to crash, because LNG are our top team, or at least one of. And we said they needed a 2-0 here, not just for the form and the showing of what it means towards our final week of the LPL, but what it could do. This is what they could go back and say, this is what got us our top 2 position. If they can 2-0 this series, at bare minimum, a win at least would be better than not. But this game 1 is a great start of the showing. 6,000 gold in their lead, and the Soul coming up in 3.5. Baron now live as well, so one more misstep from Ultra Prime. and this base will be in shambles. It will be closer to 10,000, and LNG in under 30 minutes would have full control of this game even more than we're seeing on our screen right now.
Yeah, to go over exactly why LNG kind of need to 2-0 this, it's because if they even win 2-1, they are exactly tied with EDG in terms of series, in terms of games. If EDG 2-0'd LNG earlier in the split, so then at best, even if them and EDG both 2-0'd their last series, LNG would not be top 2. Of course, there's a chance that EDG either lose or drop a game in that because they play TD, but you want your fate in your own hands, and LNG have that with a 2-0 win today.
Well, sealing out game 1 is going to be the start here, for sure, as LNG now harassing onto this bottom side turret, but look at the wave state. Scout's going to push up mid, add that pressure in, as LP's going to get engaged. He cleanses the wave, but has to ulti out. There's a flash there, and open Gale Force. Dizzy Explodes cast brings him back in for Doggo to seal it. LNG staying a bit too long without their LeBlanc, and LP's on an island there.
Got punished. Now Scout going to try and see if he can find something
Onto
bad.
Ning. Pops out the ulti. They jump in. Actually, they're going to find it, but it's the hostile takeover is beautiful. Only finds Hung and Zika, though, as Ning won't get bailed out. Now for Tarzan jumping in. Scout as well. Dragon's Rage not available. Ultra Prime getting 4v5. A cheeky pick here from LNG.
They just don't have the damage, right? I feel like you would hope you can get something off that when Hostile Takeover gets 2. You have the W coming out on the Ning from Balan, and you even see, like, Doggo tries to get in there, only sitting on a Gale Force and a Vampiric Scepter, just picking up the crit cloak. Like, it just isn't there yet. You just don't have that potential burst without the ultis, and all the ultis were invested into punishing LP, who we said kind of has been I'd say, one of the more glaring weaknesses on the side of LNG. Very young, very new player, right? Hasn't had, we've seen him come into the LPL typically as a sub, but hasn't really had starting positions. So it's gonna take time for him to get adjusted. But here, they all try to get on the big tank, but the damage just isn't there. With no Moonlight Vigil, with Forge not really having, that insane amount of burst. Lissandra in general, I mean, it's not like you're usually picked for the high damage that you're putting out. Just not able to take him down and get that reset so Ning can survive.
Another big thing in that last fight was that Baolan used the exhaust onto Scout, a tool that every LeBlanc main would learn to hate. As LNG, after taking a couple of those key summoners as key ultis, now we'll see that final dragon that could be spawning in about a minute. As LNG start gearing around to the bottom side, Harry's going to clear out only some of the vision. But again, doing their due diligence, the setup of LNG, one of the strong suits of this split for sure. The routines that they put into place, Lyric, and every game it seems to be the same, more or less. They've done their due diligence again, their vision set up beautiful. We've got 30 seconds, and at this current state, it's looking like a free soul here at 25 minutes in the game.
Yeah, I always just describe it as standard in terms of just playing the map well, because you have so many specialized teams in LPL who will do weird things, or play for picks heavily, or play for sides heavily. But LNG, they push out their side waves, they get aggressive vision in the enemy jungle for whatever objective they're playing for, and then they group up, really keeping it by the book, and they do incredibly well. Now, we're going to see Harry.
Engagement to Zeke, I'm not sure about that. In the backline, Scout's been found, though. A glacial tomb that doesn't seal the doom. Hung jumps in, and it's on to Ning. Now for Doggo, he's free hitting with perfect guns. LP caught out again, but roots down Baolan. Sonic Wave not going to connect for the backline kick access, but jumping forward to Zika is TP backing because Scout was low. Zika's flying space. Ning flashes forward, but doesn't find anything on LP. Scout runs in, hits Forge hard. It's a messy fight, but now the tank frontlining separates with the all-out. Harry's away from his team, and Tarzan goes for a flying journey. Harry gets punished hard, but still as he gets split back, he's not dead yet. A Sonic Wave once more. Tarzan does take it in, but another exhaust used out as Doggo down the middle. We have to be bailed out, but he's going down fast. And that's a pick from Scout and Tarzan. The best fit jungle in the LPL is Forge. Runs for his life after a dangerous TP, and Scout once more putting up class.
Yeah, Scout's having to do so much work in these fights. Ultra Prime, it's a bit of a tragedy not able to pick him off at the start, despite the fact that they had a good read, a good turn onto him, and it's going to lead LNG to be able to pick up this Drake. So they're going to have to, they're going to start putting their attention towards topside for Baron, and they really do just have everything. We're going to see here, again, after the initial engage where Scout was forced out, a lot of ults, actually pretty much every meaningful ult from Ultra Prime already wasted. So it kind of just gives LNG an easy time on the re-engage because LNG are so mobile, right? 4 champions who can just weave in and out. Scout consistently in this fight. WQ. We see Tarzan. Again, kind of you jump in with your Q. You have the safeguard there to be able to get away. And then Hung buying time with the knockups to be able to get these down. It kind of sucks in my mind that we got the replay of this part of the fight because it's I think the less important one for Ultra Prime. Because a lot of ultis especially just kind of went astray in that first one. The hostile takeover from Balan hit absolutely no one. He kind of just threw it off to the side.
It's a shame. I think Balan's been one of the stronger members this game. Some really good counterplay being seen on our screens before. But look, LNG, they win yet another fight, and they've got the soul under their belt. So Chemtech might not be the greatest, but still a soul better than none. As LP's solo in the mid lane while LNG are picking angles. Teleport's coming as well. Here's Tarzan for the kick again, but it's not the greatest. He tried to slide live, but there ain't no divide. The hostile takeover this time, Lyric. He's going to zone out LP. The explosive cast in too. Doggo doesn't get revived. Instead, it's now Balan running for the hills and jumping in again. Zika, Tarzan, and don't you forget Scout. Hung with beautiful engages yet again. Ultra Prime on their death's door as the root back. The no Tofo strikes, which is the hardest word to say, also comes through, but LNG pick off 3, and just like that, it's Baron o'clock.
Yeah, time for Baron for LNG. Great by them. Casante getting so much value in that one. And I mean, we're at a 9k gold lead. They have Soul. They have Baron, right? This has been all LNG. It's what you would expect. LNG coming in, the number 3 team into this game, sitting at 11-3. Again, things really have just worked well. And it's nice to see them follow the success that they had in summer of last split, even if it wasn't a Birth to Worlds. Still doing incredibly well. We're going to see here, nice scale force by Doggo. That's why Tarzan isn't able to find the play that he wanted. But here, Hung gets so many of them locked up with the quickness, and then able to get that huge burst onto Doggo. And then the second that Casante gets into the back line, the knockups coming on through, and just able to run them down. I can see only shining light being the Harry's too tanky for them to be able to get it done on, but they just have so many angles and so many ways to work around a fight that they really can just ignore the Scroggus.
I mean, it's nice to see, especially with Hung and champion that he was known for back in the day as well. I feel like his Rakan has quickly become something a little bit OP. In this game, 1-0 and 12, worth mentioning the 13 out of 15 kill participation, but you can say the same about that jungler as well. You look at him and you say, yeah, that's one of the best junglers in the LPL right now. Tarzan hitting form too as 10k gold lead here in LNG's game number 1. One of their most important series to close out the regular season. And Zika harasses on top of mid. You can see bot LNG now going as a 4-man. Utilizing this cannon minion, Scout just runs up, gets them poked down, and Ultra Prime have to pay the respect.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of time before the siege starts taking its toll. You can see Scout able to do that time after time. Yeah, you know, at this point, I'm going to take a stab. The game's going to be over the next 2.5 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah. Hell yeah. You know what? I'm going to say 1.5 minutes because this is going to be the final fight. Ultra Prime Lyric are going to fight for this. You wait for it. LNG have 2 waves. It's going to be over in 40 seconds time. Hung doesn't have flash, but he has
31 minutes. You're saying 31 minutes. We're going to see
I'm
Scout
saying 31. I'm saying 31.
Okay, I'm saying 31-27. I'm giving Ultra Prime a bit more respect.
Well, I'm not because one next territory. Dead Fortune, great engage onto LP, but the cleanse through the hostile takeover. Only hitting one, but Hunt not finding the engage this time. Maybe you're a little bit more right as having to run away. Forge is already dead though. Scout still with a full mana bar. Enough to do what he wants is the kickback. Tarzan unleashed it yet again as now for the ulti in LP. Rocks out Balan and LNG rock out the rest of them. Even Scout. Oh, that would have been another kill. So nicely played, and LNG taking Ultra Prime to school.
Actually winning even faster than you predicted as well. A couple seconds off from that 31-minute mark. And it was just pure domination from start to finish. A lot of mistakes coming out from the Ultra Prime members individually. I think especially Forge, we can give a few times. Again, having that burn that flash when he just wanted to get a bit of plate gold. Picks up in top side. But for LNG, just methodical. I think we got to see there why I said again, for my money, Scout's been the best mid laner. I also believe Tarzan's been the best jungler in the LPL. Hung having a great game. Zik up on that top side having a good performance. And then the team play. They really do just keep it kind of stock and standard in my mind, but it's about grouping up. It's not about like enabling any isolated member. And then in this game, we really got to see how well they played around kind of the mobility within their composition, weaving in and out of fights, kind of go in, get a bit of your damage down with the LeBlanc, Sigil thrown out, Ethereal Chains, back off once again, but staying close enough and kind of tying things together with things like the Rakan knockups to be able to make sure the enemy isn't able to escape and ultimately finish off targets. So just an impressive win from LNG, and again, getting them to that point of the 2-0 win that they want if they want that top 2 finish to be in their own hands.
And look, I've seen enough LNG series this split. Like, there's only been a couple that, unfortunately, I think I cast where LNG looked a little bit messy, but that was clean. That was the LNG you expect out of a top 2 team. That was the LNG that can make a bit of a run in playoffs and maybe, hell, even make finals, which I'm trying to think. I don't think LNG as an organization have ever made finals.
Nope.
Obviously, Suning went to Worlds, but
look, I'll drop the spoiler. I got some trivia
team.
questions for you later on, and you know, there's that is not exactly one of the questions, but kind of pertains. But no, LNG have never made finals. Would be great to see them finally able to do it. Hell, even going back to when they were Snake, like still hadn't managed to pull up that feat back then. So this could be the time, and it's one of the times where, like EDG, LNG were a team that people came in, I think, rating highly in the sense that they expected them to be in the top 6, but no one coming in, I think, putting them in that top 2, top 3 place that they've been sitting at so far. And all of it coming off the back of this man who seriously is having such an insane split so far. I mean, I don't even feel like it's unfair to say that just when the regular season finishes that he probably will end up being like the regular season MVP. You know, at least when you look over at rosters like JDG, it's like, okay, Rulers had some great performances, but so is 369. Navi's had standout games. Like, Knights had his moments. Like, there's so many here. Again, not to disrespect Tung, Tarzan, or Zik especially. Even LP, again, has had some games. They've all been great. Tarzan, like I said, best jungle in LPL in my mind, but Scout really has just been on another level this split.
Yeah, it really has. And again, like, you're right, there are some splits where Scout's a little bit quiet, meta-dependent. It's not a bad split, but it's nothing showboaty. But Scout is showboating at the moment, and with Game 1 win for LNG, you better believe that Game 2 is looking well-favored for them. But we'll have a break and find out whether truly this will be a 2-0 in LNG's favor.
킹겐 아래쪽. 근데 여기서 젠지도 배리어가 없거든요. 이게 볼만 해서 구도가. 지금 케넨이 그리고 그 돌아. 그러면서 이거는 본다. 돌아갔어요. 이러면 아니 돌아갔으가 미쳤는데요. 클리드 위험 절타. 안타깝. 이제 끝나버립니다.
直接要开动了，刘总在旁边，这边前面看他打了一套一闪，炸得不错，炸回来的是一个狐狸这边秒掉了，甚至金身都没有看出来。阿体云交了一个金身，但是 Light 非常能打 ，Light 一马当先，吹了3个，把后来全都吹回来了。泽力拿了一波4杀，都让开，差一个。闪击来说，他有点难跑的，5杀手。
Maybe they can walk in now on the carries. Not really sure why, but
Boogie's coming. He wants the W in.
yeah.
FlyQuest is taking their time with this. They don't want to flip it. They just want to go for the fight instead. Boogie's in the back line, finding Cyclone on multiple targets, but is it enough? He's not doing any real damage. Boogie gets back away, but now they got to be concerned about Honster. He's very low. Turtle's very low. Prince goes over the wall. Prince goes in, and Turtle goes down. Prince is ready. He's got a double kill in the series, making a triple, making a quadra. It's a pentakill for Prince. He does it again, and that is all she wrote. 다시 때리고 있는 젠지 스키샷 싸움 처음에 들어왔고요. 장로 밀어내기
vindo DP, mas ele levou a torre. Já é uma conquista pra equipe da Red. Olha o Aegis, ele quer chegar. Ai, ai, se ele vai. Ai, ele vai! Acerta o último time inteiro. Nunca duvide da Red.
They don't want to risk anything. I think they might. Well, Adam has teleport, though. He is going to go in for the flank. They're going for the team fight. 3K, they need to burst this one down. They need to decide right now what they're going to do, and it looks like the call is they found Crowdy. He's making it to try to disengage as much as he can. Hanzama now going to be in trouble, but it might not matter. Crowdy getting pushed back. Caps able to find the angle, but can BDS take the fight? The Dragon still standing. 4K leashed in favor of G2 for now as it auto attacks Adam, and Yike going in, standing tall and finding the angle. G2 taking the fight. A gorgeous team fight from G2 right there. Broken Blade now chasing down Nuke as well. There's nowhere for this Akali to go. It's the solo kill.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for me in this story? But the colors rule the world inside my head, and where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? This story. This story. This story.
It's been a long time coming, but I always knew. Got a heart of steel. It is built through truth. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is. Here it is. Just as hopes were fading, the dream lived on. Yeah. Of better times. In a world gone wrong. You don't need to worry. You know you see the day. The revolution's coming. We're waiting for the change. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is. Here it is.
Welcome back to college football. We got the Leaves versus the Grains, and today's a great day. As you can see, it's actually nighttime here in the state of Rhode Island. wherever they play football in the US. I don't know. I'm not great with America, but I'll tell you one thing: they kicked goals. No, hang on. Touchdowns. They scored lots of touchdowns in the first game. I got there in the end. I didn't know.
Well, you said football, so would be goals. If you wanted, NFL, you say American football.
Oh,
so,
sorry.
Again, not showing that you are a worldly cultured human being. But you know who is? Scout, because he was obviously our MVP. He would know
hell
the
yeah.
difference.
He
And he
wouldn't
would say American football is,
Scout.
35% of his team's damage on LeBlanc is always impressive. LeBlanc typically not one of those champions that you see high up in terms of like team's damage percentage, right? Especially when you're alongside what could be a big carry like Isaiah. But this game was all about the man in the mid lane and what he was able to do, chunking them out in these fights, weaving in and out, putting up so much pressure on the map. And that's 16 MVPs, first in the league.
Damn.
I was talking about how even in general, even if he wasn't leading and like, again, let's say again, like a J2G member, someone had more than him, that he really has just been a standout in my mind. It kind of deserves, there's really nothing that can be done at this point that will dissuade my opinion that Scout is the MVP of the LPL regular season. Can't be done.
100%, right? Like, it's so deserved, considering as well that Scout, as we were saying before the break, has had many splits where he's been great, he's been good. But he's just been Mr. Consistent really here in this split as well. 16 MVPs, Lyric, also means that as LNG approach their 15th series, Scout has gotten an MVP in every single series. Some, he's even found a second one. So that average is insane, and I feel like it's going to set records. I think Knight had a great split of like 18 MVPs. So I truly wonder if he can beat that. And I mean, at this point, he might even.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, not many games left to do it, but still at very minimum having 3, right? Another one here. They have 1 series left after this, so very doable coming out from Scout. Looking over, we're going to see Ultra Prime. Can they bounce back? Going to be a rough one again. Ultra Prime, even ignoring the fact that they're towards the bottom of the standings, even then, just on a 6-lose streak, even teams like AL and FPX have looked like they have leveled up in recent weeks. Some roster changes, people like Chocho, especially like going over to FPX, I think have been very crucial in terms of like teams like that making an improvement to where when you look at Ultra Prime, bringing in Forge, and Forge, again, sadly not having a great game 1. So maybe just bring out something that is pure spice, pure aggression, all win lane, win game champions. Maybe, bring out things like the Blitzcrank, which we've been seeing more and more of in recent weeks. You can go down the path of tell me your favorite League of Legends champion. What is it?
I was going to say Aurelion Sol, but we're probably going to see that more and
I don't
more
want that.
in the new one.
I don't want that.
Dude, the new one's a banger. He literally nukes the map. Whatever he's spitting, it's hot fire.
Is that really your favorite champion?
No, probably not. I love Skarner. Not because
it's
flowers, but because...
There we go. Ning Skarner.
Poppy versus Skarner.
I'm a big fan of Vex. We can bring out the Vex. We said Blitzcrank in bot. We can put Blitzcrank with Pike. Give Doggo Pike. We have double hook potential down there in bot side. And you know what? Let's have a blast to the past of 2015 summer and get Ignite, TP, Fizz in top lane.
Wow. Yeah, TP.
What do you think?
Dude, Fizz? Yeah, no, that's a banger. Absolute banger. Oh, huge Prage as well. I'm just trying to think of my favorite champion now.
I mean, you do have one permanently on your body. I will point that out.
Yeah, but Oriana's good. But the thing is, only rookies Oriana. It has to be rookies Oriana. Anyone else that just kind of doesn't hit the mark. I feel like, as someone who's played many different roles over many different years, I think it has to be a mid lane champ, and it's got to be something spicy like. Oh god, why is my brain like this? Hang on. This is the time to open up all League of Legends champions.
Oh, no, I know what it is. Your favorite mid lane champion is old Scion that would go mid and build Banner of Command and be a complete nuisance.
Oh, dude,
I
go
miss
even
Banner of
older.
Command.
Full AP Scion from season 2 that would press E and one-shot you.
Yeah.
He had
the same stun animation as Taric, like the dazzle, but his just went in a straight line as compared to Taric that would kind of zoom around.
No. My favorite champion was old Fiddlesticks. That's it. That is the answer. old Fiddlesticks that had the better VO, that had the better kit, the complete RNG of Darkwind. Old Fiddlesticks is the most gangster thing you could ever play. And I just wait for the day that something similar comes back.
Okay,
That's
well, we're
what
going to
I
hope
want.
for it here. We're going to hope for it here from Ning. Ultra Prime hovering the Xin Zhao. Still can be a Soul Lane Xin Zhao. You know, just not hoping for the Fiddlesticks to come through, but I also am is the takeaway of the Rakan this time. So at least going to, you know, take Hung off something that he did have so much agency, so much priority on in that first game, and also break up that lovers duo that can come out from LNG, though. I guess it didn't do much in terms of, like, again, LP didn't really have a massive impact, but even just the safety, the ultimate, I think is always nice when LNG are a team who really just leaves LP by himself. Like, don't play around the 80 carry whatsoever, even in those team fights. We saw, even though a lot of time it was LP overstepping, the other members do just kind of pounce on enemy squads, leaving him to his own devices.
Are we going to get an Annie this time, though? Okay, potential flex coming through from LNG in the meantime, though. We already see the hand that's being dealt by Ultra Prime. Lyric, that's going to be a Xayah. We know that Doggo's going to play Xayah here, regardless. Right? There is no other world where it's not the Xayah coming through. I'm just more wondering what happens in the solo lanes for Ultra Prime this time, because they have counterpicked again for one of their solo laners.
I think it's rough, and I honestly think you might have to just go the OMG route. I said earlier, when I think of Forge, I think of the Akalis, I think of, you know, things like the Silas, I think of melee, kind of all-in style champions. That's where he really thrived in the past, and that might just be, it might be like, hey, you might end up in a bad lane matchup against Scout, but hopefully you can at least find an impact on the game. Gonna start taking away things like the Veigar, not wanting to deal with that, as we've seen the priority rise, especially over in the LCK, which doing a bit better tuning into, especially, you know, before the LPL starts, because they do start an hour earlier. So
true.
Not something that's completely gravitated over to the LPL, but we have been seeing the inklings recently.
Yeah, the little touch-ups, hey, it's been nice. Look, we are going into a game 2 of a bit of a change in those bans, though. Mid is getting changed up. The Galio taken away from this all-in that Ultra Prime have built up themselves. And I'm kind of curious, because Forge, you know, we talk about his champion pool, but it looks like this is more like a Doinby style, like even like a Scout in the past. I'm trying to think who else was very like a supportive mid, like a Xiaohu kind of champ pool being looked at right now, and that Forge might facilitate in this next game.
Look, I think go the cream route. If cream is cream, then Forge is like some like low-fat yogurt or something. Just follow that, do what he does, and again, pick some kind of all-in champion, go for the skirmishes. They are just going to opt into a top lane pick for now. I mean, theoretically, also a flex, right? We've seen Renekton a few times put into that mid lane. But Harry, it is his second most played champion up in top, so at least hopefully can have a semblance of pressure that they're able to play around. Because thinking about game 1, LNG had prio mid, had prio bot. That's what allowed Tarzan to get so much value in those invades, and LNG as a whole to craft a plan around really shutting Ning out of that game. But now with Sion locked in, we get to see where the Annie is going to end up. So far, it looks like they are just going to opt into bringing more peel down to that bot lane. They do that. Lantern going to be there for LP, so at least going to give him a saving grace in this game if he does, you know, over push or like go out of position a little bit. So nice to see from LNG. Now Forge, come on,
do it.
Come on,
something good.
Let's see
something magical. You want to see the old Forge champion pool? Ari, come on. Play a. I wouldn't play a Reliant Soul against Annie. That's just a suicide.
I don't know why you want to Reliant Soul for Forge,
because oh, what a journey it would be. That guy used to play a hell of a lot of Rise. It's similar, but not.
Hey, at least Ari does kind of fit in the same vein of, right, being able to weave in and out of these fights. You have the mobility there, could potentially play for picks, links up well with the Xin Zhao that's going to come on through. So you want to see Ultra Prime playing a lot towards that top side. I think Dog is going to be left to his own devices. It will be hard to find any value in terms of like ganking a Sion, and getting Renekton ahead really doesn't do that much. Maybe could set you up for an early kill, but I think especially Ning and Forge playing together, maybe this time around, if you can get in the face of Tarzan on the opposite side, shut him down, one of those two key pieces for LNG that can be the way forward for Ultra Prime.
Well, at the very least, they can play upsetter here in this series. In this game number 2, they can be a thorn in the LNG sides to stop this 2-0 that matters so much, to stop LNG from getting up in that race in the top 2. But after game 1, you have a lot of confidence. You at home would feel the same, that LNG was so clinical in how they played that first game. Throughout multiple lanes, if not all of them, it was LNG's favor throughout every portion of the game. In game 2, you might be expecting the same thing, as the comps might change a bit, but it's still LNG gearing up for their 2 strong members, Tarzan and Scout, the ones to watch as Ning and Forge try to have something to say about it. We'll see what Ultra Prime can deliver here as we run back into Summoner's Rift now. At the very least, as we get the Gyos, it might continue with bot. Ning, Ward, attaboy.
I'm happy to hear such loud Ultra Prime Gyos.
Yeah.
Let's go, Ultra Prime fans.
Good. The 5 of them did very well. No, in all seriousness, it is LNG's home arena, so I'm surprised to have any Gyos.
There's actually a lot of it coming from Ning and Balan. There were so many Balan sides in that audience.
Oh,
yeah.
World
that actually does
champs,
bring
you
us
gotta love
to that. Again, I had some questions. I have 5. I might not ask them all in a row because we actually might have a lot of aggression coming out. So these might be scattered throughout this game. They're all centered around Ultra Prime and LNG, so it is, we're still doing our jobs. The first one's going to be easy. It's going to follow up with Balan. Balan is the artist formerly known as what? What's the old IGN?
Okay,
Come on, viewers at home, you know this. What is what was Balan's second in-game name? Because Balan was the original one. Yeah, then he changed it, and then he came back to Balan. Starts with M.
It starts with M. I was going to say boys, not Morgan. Hang on, display. M. Wait.
I know the viewers know. I know the people who are actually tuning in watching this game know this answer.
Why did I know it starts with M?
Because you know this.
It's not Martin. No. Oh, dear Lord. You said this was an easy one. I forgot.
This should... There's 2 really easy ones. This is one of those 2.
Well, I'm already struggling. I feel like I'm going to have to sit on this a bit. It starts with M, and I remember...
No. You don't get to sit on this a bit. By the time either jungle does their red buff, your time is up. You got to give a final answer.
Oh, God. Wait.
Tarzan's already done his Tarzan did his red buff before I said that. Until Ning does his red buff, but Tarzan just gonna get some vision, so not gonna actually turn into anything too meaningful, but still knowing that Ning is up towards that top side.
I can't. I literally can't do it.
Okay, well that is one already incorrect. It is a Megan.
Megan! I knew! Oh, I should have known at least. Flash on mid in the meantime. Forge gonna get out, but only just. Scout got that by himself. Megan or Megan, right?
However it was pronounced, but
yeah.
I don't know why it would be Megan. Wouldn't really make a lot of sense in my mind.
Props to anyone that got that. I mean, that was a while ago, but still, I remember. That was 2017, right?
2016, 2017, around that time. But we saw Forge blow flash in mid. Forge is on Ultra Prime, so that leads to the next one, because I don't think we'll have anything coming out just yet.
That's okay.
This one might be easier for you, because it's during the recent years.
Yeah.
Ultra Prime is the rebrand of what organization?
Bugger. Hang on.
Come on!
Ultra Prime.
You should get this! Oh, wait,
Ultra
we
Prime.
pause? We pause? You have time? Because
Yeah,
Ultra
we
Prime?
do. Scout's okay.
Don't pause.
So hang on. Okay, Suning became Weibo. TT was Sino Dragon, right?
Or DMO. So
or DMO. Ultra Prime came
Process
from
of elimination.
Oh God.
Wait, we might.
Is there a solo kill top? We'll have to wait and find out. Ultra Prime. Oh, dude, where's my LPL knowledge going? It's just down the drain.
Where is it gone? Like, I'm sure chat has this one as well. I'm sure every chat out there knows the answer to this. Actually, maybe not, because this organization was not in the LPL for that long. That's a huge hit.
They got the spot from Vici?
No. That's Rare Adam. Nope,
Vici.
it's already wrong. It's already wrong. It's E-Star. Rare Adam or formerly Vici.
God. Oh,
Yeah.
I should have known.
Hysterics
like,
is absolutely getting clowned on by LPL Trivia. And those are the two easy ones. Those are the two easy questions that I had for you. You know, maybe this is where we go to the commercial break. We'll be right back with LPL Trivia in a second, because we should actually talk about the game a little bit. As Ning
A little bit.
actually going to make his way down. I like that Tarzan's hovering, knowing that the potential's here and just wanting to get his reset off. But kind of going back to what we said we want to see from both teams, right? For Ultra Prime, playing around with this crowd that you have in topside, playing around the fact that you have an Ahri in mid, Spirit Rush will be up soon, and I think looking, especially to get some like vision set up in that topside jungle, spot out where Tarzan is, and if you can start looking for picks on either Annie or the Lee Sin, that would be huge. I think bot lane might be a hard place to focus when you do have this thresh down here in lane. And again, you're not going to get a lot of value out of ganking the Scion, especially since he's about to have his ulti up too. So playing into the Annie or playing into the Lee Sin, I think is where Ultra Prime would like to go.
Yeah, she's in the mid lane there as we're speaking. As Scout trying to force Forge out. Lane going pretty decently so far. However, CS is even as Hung keeps trying to throw out a death sentence onto this bottom lane. Flay being threatened here, good grab at him, but again, Tarzan as he rolls in isn't going to find too much here. However, Hung still trying his heart out to put the pressure down as they crash that wave in, and CS looks to continue being even. For LNG, behind a little bit in gold, but they will have a bit of bottom priority. However, Dragon hasn't started just yet.
I also think for LNG, they are nowhere near as pressured to make plays. You can see that Tarzan's, wanting to find something, but at the same time, I definitely favor them. The longer this game goes on, they have a better front line for the side. Up the top side, they have the ability to be able to do so much. Ooh, Forge.
Oh,
doesn't have flash.
Lands, Forge, yeah, but Tarzan not going to take it. Still gets the ulti out of Forge, and look, he might not have the CS lead this game, but Tarzan yet again, kind of just making appearances everywhere.
And you know what? Our commercial break has now ended. We're back to the LNG Ultra Prime Trivia Night. Let's
hope I get one.
Yeah, this one, not the easiest, but again, you actually might know this one. How many games has Scout played in the LCK? So not Kespa, not, none of that.
Like you want individual games?
Yeah, how many games?
So it's 2015 summer, right? Or 2016 spring.
2016 spring?
Yeah, that was the only split he played, wasn't he? Because he was a trainee otherwise.
Yep.
So
2016 spring was the only split where he was listed, as an active player on the roster.
I'm going to say on SKT he played 3 individual games.
So you're thinking he played 1 series? Oh,
I'm thinking 3 series. I'm saying 3 series. I think.
So he's actually only played 1 game. Played 1 game in the LCK, played it up against Janair 2016 spring. And I kind of feel bad for doing this. Do you have any questions for me? Do you want to make me listen?
No.
I mean, to be fair, these are all historical and all. Hell, I don't even know why this is LPL trivia. This was an LCK question.
That's all right, dude. I mean, I remember doing this recently, looking up Scout's grand history. And I just remember it was something really small and abysmal. I thought it was 3 series, but
if you had
one
Kespa in there,
series.
it might be more. But yeah, it was only 1 game. Only 1 game with it, so not even
one individual game, not even a series.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very hard when you're living life behind Faker, which is probably why. Which Scout has showed. Scout has a ton of respect for Faker. I remember him talking about that. When they went up and won Worlds. But if you're sitting behind Faker, you're not going to get a lot of playtime. So go elsewhere and go win your world titles.
True. You're obviously talking to Gory, who's coming up next. We get it all in the game finally. Hung flashes with his hook, and it's a perfect land. But it's on to Balan, who just gets right out. LNG fully committed. Ning quite healthy as he pops on the ground. Challenge around. The circle goes, but Herald's taken by LNG. Meanwhile, first blood over to Renekton, who is thriving in this fight. Tarzan flashes out to get that eye as the double already goes over to Harry. Zika chasing him down, but the damage already done. Tibbers is out too as Ning is hiding. It's me! Ain't a twitch, but Ning pops out of the shadow.
Great job by Ultra Prime leveraging when their composition's strong, especially with that Renekton. LNG, they will manage to get the objective like you said. But still, Ultra Prime going to find a nice small gold lead, right? 2K coming in pre-10 minutes. What you'd love to see. Blade of the Rune King now picked up in that top lane for Harry. And a bit disconnected from LNG in my mind. Like, Cyno comes out, it's only on to the Rakan. Balan's going to be able to escape with the E. And you're going to see Dominus, like, doing a nice job zoning multiple members out. Ning able to survive and escape with his ulti. And you're just buying a lot of space for Forge to be able to get the job done. Just remember, this is a 4v5. Xayah, still not even in the fold, was making his way up and then able to wait it out, knowing that LNG would be looking to, again, go back, find safe recalls, and just back off, managing to get one more. So Harry now should do a nice job with the Blade of the Rune King in terms of trying to get some pressure, but LNG wanting to prevent that from ever starting.
Well, with that opener, Ultra Prime should be pretty confident here with a 2K gold lead, but let's see how far it goes, because in a 1v3, Harry is trying to buy his time with the ulti, but knocked up, Silas for the time being. Zika might die under turret, he doesn't have a flash, and now no hope either. It's a good shutdown. It went to Tarzan, but it is still a trade that Harry took 1v3 without Dominus.
Yeah, it's still favored LNG, right? Not only for the shutdown, but like now forcing, you're forcing him to lose out on waves. Like, Forge has to come up in top side to make sure that that gets caught, but now it leaves you open in mid lane, so will lose out somewhere. But once again, LNG are giving over bot lane plates to Doggo. We saw them do this in game 1, but it seems like LNG were hoping to make a Herald play in mid.
Okay, kick back as well. We go into that challenge again, but Ning's just dead. Tarzan goes past the turret, almost dying on the way out. As now with Infernum, bit of splash damage that can help LP with his next wave. Herald as well, Lyric. This is going to make the trade more favorable for LNG in the long run.
It's going to make it so that goldie that Ultra Prime were able to build up isn't going to be as prevalent. Already closing the gap by quite a bit. It was 2K before, now only sitting at 1. So nice swing from LNG to start getting the game back into their favor. We said it earlier that, again, the longer this game goes on, you're going to be looking at Ultra Prime's composition in terms of who's going to have the ability to kill the Scion. It's going to be very hard. You're going to have the repositioning from Hung for LP to be able to try and play in total line, get that aggressive damage out. And I feel like Annie's just... I love Annie competitive play because it's so easy to find value when you have that stun, right? You can either make it point and click just with an easy Q or get tons of AoE value out from like a Tibbers or whatever the shooty cone ability of fire is called.
Shooty. Yeah, oh, shooty, sorry. It was Shoey cone, like, oh, hell yeah, brother. Put a VB in there and have a bloody Shoey.
Hey, I'm just saying, I've done a Shoey on an international broadcast. I think it was MSI, might have been Worlds, can't remember.
Oh, did you?
Done.
Oh, mate, you're a ripper. You're an absolute ripper. You're a legend. All right, half the words I want to call you, I can't say on this broadcast. Like, dude, Shoeys are... I don't know who decided to do it, but honestly, it's the best thing ever. It's Charm doesn't connect. Tarzan heading up a 1v2 kill. Got another Sonic Wave packing in the pocket as Forge now has to use his Spirit Rush. Tarzan then just moves up top lane. Guess what? Harry is threatened again. LNG, this 3-man squad just keeps changing flavors.
Just looking to put pressure on this Renekton, looking to overload the top side, and working this 3-man core. Tarzan giving a lot of attention to Hung and LP this game. This Balan going to be forced off, and now with Scout being able to push in mid, he's going to be able to work his way up, and it opens up for LP to start taking plays. So we need to look at Nick and see, hey Nick, we see jungle top side, we see all this pressure happening, what are you going for? And I believe he was finishing off the scuttle, so not getting any pressure down bot, you're catching waves in mid, and this is just completely untraded. Turret for red buff in bot side Scuttlecraft. You take that every day of the week as LNG.
Absolutely you do. That gold lead that was 2,000, you know, you were talking about it shrinking down. Now, it's even. They're going to try for the dive here, but Zika, look at the wave. About to be thinned out as Forge comes through. Charm is interrupted, or rather the ulti does so. But ulti on the turret, Zika should still be dying here as Ning tanks up in the end. Good route back, but Scout flashes! Ulti's in, the Crescent Guard blocks it, though, and he missed. You're right. He missed it. That's not often something you say from Scout.
I mean, he wasn't in the Crescent Guard anyway, so, but still, not able to connect. Also, just, I'm kind of surprised that LNG weren't willing to take that slower, considering that Zika didn't go down too quickly. I feel like you could have played that slower as the other members of LNG and tried to reroute and play more near your turret, not all in on the Xin Zhao that just popped his ulti. and look for other avenues. Just gives over more kills to Ultra Prime, and the gold lead that you highlighted had dwindled. It's back. It's back. He's back.
Yeah, like the ministry. All right, replay. Hit us up with this beautiful montage of killing style.
Actually, you know, to be honest, I don't even know if Scout honestly missed. Like, when Xin Zhao's ult is popped, does Tippers just get placed right outside of it? It might be how it works.
Bruh. Oh, no, he just flash ulted. I think he just predicted.
The flash ulti coming in from Ning. Really nice from him. As that got them their gold lead back. Still not really ever present, as we see consistently that LNG are really the ones in control of the map. Like Ultra Prime. We've even seen like the responses to plays that LNG make haven't really been all that great. Do have some items online though. Gale Forge, Everfrost now being built up for Forge in the mid lane too, so potentially could start looking for these picks, but LNG have all 5 members here.
But that's a chunky monkey. Don't touch the Scion. Honestly, it's like fighting King Kong. As you mentioned it, his teleport not available to pick an angle. Instead, he's going to take this one. Spirit Rush is coming through as LP sits in with that monkey too. Scout might be caught out though, as he's going to be engaged on the quickness use as well. As he goes golden, Hung sends out the passage, but it's blocked away. Scout got MVP last game. He obviously wants to make it harder for himself. Zika still takes no damage, but LNG is stuck now in 5v4 if they want this Herald.
LNG going to still threaten that they can come in here. Going to get control of mid lane first. I wonder if they pivot instead, just trying to follow up on this wave. Looks like they will back off at the end, realizing, hey, without Scout, without that Tivers, we don't feel confident in looking for this fight. And it just goes to show, right? Scout wanting to try and find the flank, cut them off, have that pincer movement coming from both sides, but you don't have the mobility that something like Inari does. Had Forge gone for that similar play, if you get caught, you're just out of there hoping and relying on the Lantern, not able to do so. So it's not only going to give over Herald to Ultra Prime, but also going to open up a turret.
Wow. So now would be the time to give me one more trivia question to prove myself.
Okay, you know, LNG, we said they want to be able to win this. We're going to get the replay here, but again, it's just going to be Scout getting caught out. They blocked the Lantern. Really nice stuff from Ultra Prime. Beautiful.
Trivia.
We love it. So LNG, right, need to win this to lock in top 2. We'll keep it standings related. Since rebranding to LNG, so we're not counting their, you know, when they were Snake, how many times have LNG finished top 4 in playoffs? In playoffs. Regular season doesn't matter.
Once. Only once.
Very close. Very close. It's actually twice.
Is it twice?
Yeah.
Ah, God damn it.
2021 and 2022 summer. Both times finishing 4th, actually, is Forge.
Is he dead doo-doo? Well, no, he's not. I mean, Tarzan's not going to get him, unfortunately.
You know,
and so...
I also thought it was once. I thought, oh, it was just last summer. And then I forgot their, you know, their run in 2021.
2021?
No, yeah, 2021. You know, they did make the Worlds that year.
Scout is walking into a trap. In fact, so is LP. They flash the charm and the Gale forces out. The Fortune at the follow-up as Drift King Vika decides to do a little bit of a drive-by. Scout's dead again in Lyric. Going from MVP, best player on the Rift in the LPL, to a 0-3 Annie who's just struggling.
And it's rough. It's an uncharacteristic game from Scout. Again, sitting at the most MVPs for a reason. LNG looks like they're hoping Tarzan to steal.
Okay, well now going golden. Forge buys time. LNG are on the escape path here as LP is going to come through. A good dark passage out, but Tarzan stunned up. Battleland ready for the engage. Wants to go back in, but he goes to a hook shot instead. Tarzan has to run away because now going forward, Tarzan flashed back in. Zika does get the kill as Scout rejoins. What is happening here? Sonic Wave connects onto Doggo. What?
I don't know. And for some reason, this game, LNG, I mean, that time I get it, right? They're trying to look for the steal. They're hoping, I think, for Tarzan to go in. That's why he's with Hung. The Lantern going to be there for when he gets out, and it ends up turning into a fight. Nice job by Ultra Prime to still leave Ning doing Drake and just trying to chase down the other members for those kills. But LNG have really just opted into every scruff, every fight that Ultra Prime have wanted to throw at them, and it's when their composition would be stronger than what LNG have brought in. We're going to see here again, Forge goes golden, buys time for the other members of Ultra Prime to come in, but I think we need to stop because look at the bottom left hand of our screen.
In the same spot, but this time Tarzan doesn't have LP to just ulti and pick up the kills. So as Zika stands here, his team not with him, he ults and Wow, Forge is unable to block it. He's lucky to get out of there. And honestly, I feel like LNG, are they playing with their food? Are they just chilling? What's going on with this game?
If they lose this game, LNG for the last series will be the Arthur Angry Fist meme, just looking back at the series against Ultra Prime, because we're going to keep reminding people, just in case people leave, people come back, we get new viewers in the meantime, that LNG want to win this. They want to 2-0 because that's what gives them control of their own destiny for top 2. If they don't, if they even win 2-1, it is in EDG's hands for that top 2 spot.
Well, not what you want is LNG, but now the Baron, I mean, it's looking like it. Baron's going to go down the slide a little bit early, but now for the re-engage. However, LP got the first kill. The blades go out as this Gravitum of Velios is not being touched. Lyric, why aren't they attacking LP? Do they want to lose LP? Because at this point, Ultra Prime might get the Baron. They may get Scout again, who's just begging to die this game. But Baron's taken off 2. Maybe now 3 members. Tarzan with the Dragon's Rage still. Zika looking for the engage. Forge sends up. Ning goes back in. Tarzan then dies as well. Gravitum coming through. Never mind. LNG might lose as double Gravitum. The Everfrost as well. Forge survives. This game, a bit bonkers to say the least.
This is just so weird coming out from LNG. Like, even in games they've lost, seeing a disparity like this. 15-6 in favor of Ultra Prime. Maybe even getting more. Oh, they're going to get more. They're going to get more.
Are they actually? No, well, I guess Zeke is saved. Yeah,
it was like that situation where you bought a large pizza for yourself, you've already had 6 slices, and you want the next one, but you also look at yourself like, do I really need to have the next one? As we're going to get the replay. I love that they focus down the Renekton, because now, I mean, Renekton going into the dominance has been the thing that's been buying them so much space in teamfights for Ultra Prime. It's what allows LP to be able to run in, get this damage down unperturbed, and they want to keep chasing this with the numbers advantage they've been able to find. But it's equalized right there. It's equalized by Ning finding that kill onto Scout. Now not having confidence in the DPS to take it down, but Ning finds the perfect angle onto Tarzan to be able to turn it around. I also think Zika in a bit of a weird position, considering that he was off to the side trying to chase him down when you'd want to be in front of your Aphelios, giving him the space to be able to put out DPS. And now huge. 4-1-5 on the Xin Zhao, 3-1-8 on Ahri. Like, we're getting some nice 2-item power spikes across the board.
Yeah.
And even on Soul Point, the next straight comes up in 1 minute.
For Ultra Prime's penultimate game, they are putting up a fight. They're putting up some kind of clinic, or at least one better of than what we saw in game 1. LNG on the defense against this Baron. Now, I believe there's 2 or 3 Barons up and available here. As Forge picks one lane, mid's getting pressured, LNG looking for an angle, but Ultra Prime just aren't giving it to them. And you got to remember, Lyric, in 50 seconds, we have an Ocean Salt going over to this team. So I feel like LNG need to get out of their base first, but they're running out of time to do so.
And it goes back to the conversation we had last game when we were hitting on Ultra Prime's options when they're behind, right? Again, you just don't have control over the map to decide to really, make favorable plays. If they found Harry here, this would be huge, but they're not. So Harry's going to have a really good flank for this fight around Dragon.
Might die again. I think he's died way too many times, and as Ultra Prime are running into this, the Flash Charm Scout could kite away. Can be taken here if he wants. Harry's still playing Ultra Patient, though. And for Ultra Prime, now it comes through for a second engagement. Tarzan gets out in the nick of time, hung with a death sentence. Just out of range of Harry. Ultra Prime is still here as Zika just going to be looking to frontline this. They know they're there. Sonic Wave connects as Harry ultis through, ready to come over the wall. Finds LP, he cleanses, takes the Dark Passage, gets out alive with a Sephram ulti, and now he's kiting back. Did Hung just win the game for LNG? I don't know. Because Tarzan's still dying as LP picks up a trade. This Thresh may have just done it, but still members are dropping like flies. LP may have gotten that much damage down, but Ultra Prime still have numbers themselves. Tarzan still here as the health bar's a big issue. LNG running for the hills. They're on the wrong side of the map, Lyric. And Ocean sitting there.
It's going to go over to Ultra Prime. I mean, like you said, great Lantern by Hung. Even the Gale Force from LP to follow up to escape was nice. But at the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything in Ultra Prime. It looked like on top of taking the Dragon, they were hoping to knock some of the members of LNG down. Not going to do it in the end, but Ocean Soul now online. Still even some nice, like, easy standing gold to pick up if they decided to group up, take that top lane turret down. And we're going to go straight into the replay. Because, right, they already knew where they were because Harry showed himself some nice chunking coming through. And pay attention here. Harry going to use the blast plant to go over the wall. Going to be able to come out and surprise them. And again, get the pincer movement that they've been looking for this whole time. Comes on through, Balan jumping in. But beautiful lantern. And then into the Gale Force for LP to escape. But Scout immediately goes down because Scout then is the one left in between Renekton and Ari and all of these huge members. Tarzan does manage to get out and escape Flash on the opposite side. And sure, Ultra Prime do give one back. But with the amount of CC they have, well, able to pick up the Scion as well. And a lot of their CC is single target. So a lot of it does depend on, again, things like skill shots, right? The charm, being able to go in, being able to connect. Ning being able to just W following with the knockup.
Well, Scout has Flash, but he might not need it here. Looking for Harry for the stun. He gets out with a slice and dice. But Ocean Soul's picked up Ultra Prime. They've got the gold lead. They've got the advantage of Soul. This game should be theirs. Baron's up in 30 seconds as well. Something to push into the base. LNG looking for a miracle here to get that 2-0 that just puts them in such a great position. And after what we saw in Game 1, I'm surprised it's come down to this. I'm surprised that LNG, who we're talking about as one of our most clinical, constituted, like, I think calculated teams, have just kind of been a little bit uncalculated in this second game.
It's been rough, especially when you look at, like, even LNG series against, like, other top teams, like, losses, like, against JDG was close. Against EDG, despite it being 0-2, it was a very, like, both games were incredibly close. They've never been a team that have really just gotten run over, which, to be fair, again, this game didn't feel like LNG getting run over as much as LNG just constantly running into fights against Ultra Prime, trying to take it to them, and really underestimating Ultra Prime, like, not only their members, but the composition that they're running as well. So, yeah, it's a bit harsh to see. The only real upset that LNG have faced this way was when they lost to NIP back in week 4.
And I remember, I think I casted that game, and it was another showing like this game too, but it extended throughout the whole series. You know, Scout and Tarzan not firing like they do. LP and Hung, I think, having a much worse series than they're having now. For LNG, they're a team that has shown a lot of development throughout the split, and this is just a bit of a recall here. As Ultra Prime have tested them to give them some kind of credit.
I'm like the ultimate top LGist in the LPL because when you play this many and you play like traveling to different stadiums and things like that, I think it should be way more understandable from like a viewing perspective when like that teams don't play at, you know, the highest level all the time. Like bad games, bad series are going to happen because you're playing so often. You're playing so often, you're traveling, the prep that's involved, including scrims and all that. Like, it's not the same as, you know, in other regions when you're playing like every weekend or there is no travel involved. It just isn't the same. So, I don't look at these games as harshly, I think, as maybe other people would.
As LNG, this could be the last hurrah though. The top lane tower was prioritized and broken down. Harry jumps into the Prowler's Claw on top of Zika. He burns immediately as Scout flashes over the wall for the all-in engage. Out go Ultra Prime for the time being, but another hook lands on in. This might be an opportunity as Ning goes gold for the nick of time, but Balan can't get to re-engage himself. Another death sentence, but this one doesn't connect, and it's now even numbers. Both top laners are dead, but Ocean Soul's going to give Ultra Prime the advantage as they take down the inhibitor anyway.
Going to open up the base, so have even more pressure going in. 10k gold lead, again, huge items. 3 items pretty much across the board for up, and now they're going to be able to use those. Keep pressuring in this mid lane. Gonna try and get the Everfrost on the Tarzan, so one of those key items being used, but still gonna be able to get another inhibitor on the way out. Hell, at least the one thing I'll say about this game going so long, if Ultra Prime don't end here, maybe you can bring it down to an Elder Flip as LNG. As long as Tarzan can get that, could be something, but Ultra Prime don't even need to opt into an Elder. They can just keep looking for fights, keep looking to use things like the Baron to break open the base and chunk out LNG's members like this.
Yeah, Zika's the tank, he's the front line, but it doesn't feel like it as he has to flash away because the constant DPS is too much. Everyone's going to be used. The hook again. A Dark Passage to save the day. Balan goes in deep, but he's Rakan. He gets out with another death sentence that follows through from Hung, but now triple inhibitors are down. Look at the minions. channeling in at the same time. The last stand has to come through as Doggo flashes away. Tarzan tries to get that miracle play. Into the back line they go with yet another hook, but Tarzan's now down. Death Sentence on Ning, not the right target as LP does kite it back. This flash used again as Doggo runs in aggressively, but he needs the route onto LP. A Dark Passage used once more. Next turrets are under threat. Last stand of LNG is going for a millennia here, but now both the turrets are down. The minions are overwhelming. I think Ultra Prime just have to tap on the Nexus, but with a 4-man ulti, LP keeps it close. He wants the range for Calibrum. The only reason I'm treating this seriously is because they haven't found him yet as he runs in with so many crescendos. And now Ning's on his lonesome. He'll die down. The Hung, in fact, is onto Forge next. Look at the Ninja Gaiden go. LP is going to run out of guns, though. Look at the defense and how hard it's just going to be.
I was going to say, even though this would be Forge? Fortuna Chill. This would have been such a great opportunity to go to Elder for LNG. No jungler on the opposing side. Sure, it's 4v4, but you can triangle it out. But just too many minions in their base to deal with. It looks like Tarzan's hoping to get there in time to at least go for the miracle steal that we were highlighting. Actually, might have time to do it.
He will, but Forge is on his back, and all it will take is a charm. And TP coming through at 2k. Don't flip it, don't flip it, don't flip it. Okay, they got it, and they got Elder. Now the fight should be easy, but Scout gets the stun up, the kickback onto Forge. He's ever frosted down, and he dies. Elder still taken, though. That's 4 members that picked it up, and remember, that base is kaput.
That's the big thing. Even if Forge dies there, I mean, Ultra Prime, they've opened up LNG's base. They have Elder. They're just really going to be able to walk this one in. You find a charm on someone. Baolan able to go in with a knockup with the quickness. Should lead into a kill for Ultra Prime. Like you said, their only reward today, the only thing they're playing for is to be a nuisance. Is to be the thing that makes LNG mauled. If, assuming JDG and EDG can win the rest of their games, and especially for EDG in a 2-0 fashion, that LNG will not be able to make it to the top 2. So, you know, a lot of people do enjoy being annoying and being a nuisance. So hopefully Ultra Prime gets some joy in that.
Well, if they are going to end this game with this Elder, we just know one thing. They need to kill LP. Because even though Hung has been MVP, if this ever became a win in my eyes, LNG's biggest threat right now, Lyric, you were looking at Elder Flip as a way to bring the game back in. Maybe full item of Felios will also do that, as he has outlandish DPS at this point in the game.
He would be the thing that could bring them across the finish line. Would bring them to the finish line at least, because yeah, they don't even know where the finish line is, because Ultra Prime now with 3 inhibs broken down. And look, even if they don't outright go, which I don't think they should, don't pull the trigger, play it a bit slow, utilize all these supers that are coming into the face.
Double stun from Scout as well. Moonlight Vigil hits too, but Ning pops the ulti straight away. LP again needs to be taken care of, and the Elders used nicely. They get the front line. Tarzan goes into GA. Ning gets the engage. He steps up too far. LP from some great spacing in this game to now a bit of a whoopsie. That's how it ends. Game 2 for LNG taken away, and Ultra Prime finish what they started.
LNG, rough game, uncharacteristic game from them, especially from Scout. Ultra Prime, kudos and great job to being able to punish. All of it starting from that early fight in topside around Herald, wins out massively for them. This is a 4v5, but using the power of things like the Renekton and the Xin Zhao in the early stages to be able to come out ahead. And yeah, they were able to run away with it from there. It felt like LNG were never afraid of opting into the fight, which maybe they should have been, because we started with a threat the Aphelios becoming. As we got later in the game, the value of how easy it is to CC people with things like the Annie. But by that time, the gold deficit was just way too large.
I just can't believe that from a game 1 that was so Scout favor and oriented, that we get to a game 2 and it's, you know, one of Scout's worst games is the split, right? There was some good follow-up in the end, but
split.
I think could be, right? Definitely could be, because on Annie, while there were some great engages and some better, I guess, also good laning in the first 5-10 minutes, we didn't get to really see much out of him, and it's a bit of a shame. So, I don't know, man. This is the LNG I saw against NIP. You brought that up in game, and it was definitely the LNG that looked a little bit more clumsy than all of their synergy that's developed throughout the split has been telling us.
Yeah, It's just, I don't know. And, you know, people are like, oh, why are we not talking more about the winning team Ultra Prime? It's just, sadly, that Ultra Prime have nothing to play for. Ultra Prime are playing for pride. Like, even if they end up winning this, great. They make their way up to 4-11. Like, it looks cool, gives you a bit of a mood boost at the end of the split. Maybe sets you up to go get some nice hot pot tonight or something. But really is, again, them just playing to be irksome to LNG. And LNG felt like they had the tools, felt like they had the composition that would be able to play out and set up for a win, but not seeing the play there. And a lot of it just stemming from those early fights. And just the fact that they didn't even need to opt into that. They didn't even need to look for it. There was even to escape, but LNG starting off engages. Zick was the one going in with the Sion ulti to start that off. And even the targets, they were engaging onto things like the Rakan, who can easily jump away, has so much mobility. And if you aren't right 100-0ing him, it feels really hard to guarantee that kill. But you shouldn't even be utilizing these key ultis to guarantee that you're 100-0ing a Rakan. We saw so much value when they were able to start locking down people like Harry or people like Doggo, because you're either taking away the big neutralizing force in the Renekton that's buying the space, or you're taking away the key carry. So I think some small things to clean up for LNG, and it could look a lot better in game 3.
I mean, it's disappointing from LNG, but still, it's a series to be had, folks. We know there's LNG still favored, but after this game, can you really say it's a done deal? We'll find out after this to see if Ultra Prime can create that upset.
我们会给你几张表情，然后请根据这个表情猜测是瓦鲁中的哪一位英雄。
啊？这个是吗？这个表情是英雄是吗？
这个图片是哪位英雄？
它有可能是组成的他的技能啊、武器啊，或者是他的一些特征之类的。
好。
啊？这什么？这是啥呀？
这是啥？灯泡吗？死哥，佐伊，狐狸。
小法师，
妖姬吗？
卡玛，
露露，什么？这什么东西啊？
可以给到提示，他是一位中路的法师英雄。
虚空之眼，光辉女郎，小法师，佐伊。
他是一位后期的法和英雄，紫色系为主。
龙王，
就我这就完了。
塞拉斯，瑞兹吗？这个英雄今天登场了吗？
今天好像没有登场。
不知道呀，这第一题就给我难到了呀。猫咪吗？这个第一个不是猫咪，辛德拉。辛德拉，没搞错吧？三个水晶球，辛德拉。
对。
啊，还真是啊。
辛德拉。辛德拉吗？
辛德拉。
辛德拉吗？
星球，一个星一个气球，星气球。龙王，巴德，
波比，飞机，
奶妈，
奶妈，
猫咪，发条，
金克斯，
发了。
这个不能猜不出来。
不知道。
这个气球是啥呀？
这两个是代表一个英雄的技能，分别是2个技能。
哦，就不是一起的是吧？对。这星星应该是大树掉儿子吗？这个一看就知道呀，这个一看就是佐伊啊。
你非常的擅长。
哦，佐伊。
这个是佐伊。
你的真大。
左翼。他是佐伊。
佐伊吗？啊，不知道。
这是什么？维克托。能问下是哪路的英雄吗？
可以给你提示，他是一个上路英雄。
那吗？
闪电松鼠是谁来着？纳尔不对，凯南。
凯南，这个就凯南吧，应该。
这个是凯南吧？带电的松鼠。
凯南，这个挺简单的。
凯南。OK， 我厉害。
你看到球的话，应该第一反应就应该是辛德拉吧，3个球。这个就是佐伊吧，飞行很明显，还有气球、气炮。凯南太简单了，有点过于轻松了。主要我都玩过这些英雄。
根据我们给出的图片，然后猜看图片中的人物是哪位的欧美名人。
我直接看着说就好了，是吗？
对。
我英文不好，说不出名字怎么办？
没关系，就答不出来也没关系。
好。
知识完全不了解。
他算明星吗？
没印象，可是感觉长得像
很高质量的人，就是有胆识，然后很多知识的人，就是有脑子的人。可是我真的不认识呀。
那个造火箭的叫什么？哎呦，想不起来了。
特斯拉的那个老板嘛，Elon Musk。
这个是那个埃隆·马斯克。
这个我知道，但我想不起他的名字是什么。
马斯特。马斯克。
这个我知道，马斯克是那个世界首富吗？忘记他名字了。
要不换个人吧？这个我真不知道。
马斯克。
那个叫什么来着？特斯拉。
不认识，不知道。这个人我不认识。
这个是马斯克吗？
马斯克。
这是谁啊？这个不认识。
全不认识的妹妹。
我看世界杯好像是那个内马尔吧，当时很火哈，这个人。
这个看起来就是个 rapper。
这是内马尔吗？感觉好瘦啊，他有这么瘦吗？
内马尔，这个是我为数不多认识的足球。
这个我不认识，但是他蛮帅的。他是梅西吗？不像啊。
这梅西吗？
姆巴佩。哎，不是，内马尔。
一个足球明星，这叫啥我忘记了，等我想想。还真忘了。
哦，这个我知道，最近很火，内马尔。
哎，这个是内马尔，我知道。
内马尔，这个是年轻时候的内马尔。
哦，内马尔，不行，得放他足球照我才行。
这我真的不认识，这我不看篮球。
詹姆斯。
詹姆斯。
这个一看是 NBA 的，但我不看 NBA， 不能乱说，这个我也不知道他。
这个是 NBA 球星字母哥。
这个是字母哥吧？
啊，对不起，不认识。他叫好狠。
这个叫什么？我知道这个人，但我不知道全称。
这是那个 NBA 的字母哥。
这个真不知道，我比较少看篮球。
我也不知道，34，这是谁？
这是那个我不会念他名，是那个现在最强的吧？就是很长串字母的，对对对，这个是字母哥。
这应该是字母哥。没想到他肌肉还挺那个。
泰森吗？这个是？这个叫啥？他叫什么啊？他演电影的吗？他叫什么？
他演过《速度与激情》。
对，这个我知道，但我不知道他叫啥。
这个强生，这个
泰森。 我不记得，我也不记得。
不记得叫什么。演过那个一个猩猩在就是到处跑的一个电影，还有《速度与激情》好像
没看过。
德维尼·庄斯，
对吗？我只知道他英文名，不知道中文名。
哇哦，别改，巨石强森，
这个也不认识。
这个我经常看他的电影，这个是巨石强森吧？
这个巨石强森，我也知道。
这个人肯定知道，这个是巨石强森。
这个是那个
巨石强森。
哦，那个知道，强森，他巨石强森。我的也是喜欢看他的摔跤以前。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After Ultra Prime upset and beat LNG in a second game. A little bit messy from LNG, but still a nice attempt, to say the least, about Ultra Prime. As we come back to you and welcome you to our third game. Now, how this is going to work, we're going to run you through this third game. Then, Lyric, you know the rules. We probably won't take a break. We'll go straight into the second series. full on to catch up, of course, over in Shanghai, because IG BLG will be on. But we can talk about Ning, who got MVP on his Xinjiao for the second game.
Thank, the universe Ning got this. Because if you were just watching the question mark pings in the break, Ning knows who Dwayne The Rock Johnson is. And Balan somehow didn't. Balan somehow didn't know who one of the absolute GOATs just of existence was. So, he didn't deserve it. But Ning coming in, great game on Xinjiao. I mean, just getting a lot of value out of those ultis that he was providing. Again, him being alongside Harry, building a lot of space in these fights, playing around those early game skirmishes incredibly well. And Ning has been one of the parts of I think Ning has been a very good representation of them. That, a lot of down performances, but he has been one of the ones that when Ultra Prime wins, that he's the one stepping up, right? Him being the facilitator, usually setting up for Doggo to be that huge damage. So great to see that Ning is still able to keep it up with some good performances all the way out in 2023. Because, Ning felt like towards the latter half of his time on IG, again, maybe not, a top 3 jungler by any means, but also having an impossible job of having to cover the side lanes that IG had at the time, the Shine Top 7, Puppet, Southwind, and Bot. So coming in to Ultra Prime, still a rough job in terms of younger, newer players on this roster as well, but able to get things going in this game.
Yeah, again, I feel like because we're so focused on LNG, who are not only in playoffs, but are fighting for top 2 contention here. We're so focused on their lack of performance and their lack of, I guess, win in the second game, that Ning wasn't just a quiet achiever, he was one of the big achievers alongside Forge, who felt like on this Ari had a great performance as well. So kind of nice to see Ultra Prime with one of their final series of the year, split, performing to that limit.
I was going to say, what are you doing? You're kicking them out?
They're going back to E-Star because apparently I can't remember that. But yeah, look, I mean, it shines you to what can happen next split. Ultra Prime, a roster that's never been to playoffs themselves. And the fact that they're out now, it's a little bit sad, but also, there could be developments in this roster. I mean, Ning and Balan returned from what was retirement together on the same team. They're ex-world champions, and I guess there's some kind of hope in this team.
I don't know if Balan ever technically retired. I think he did never put out an announcement, but he did, I think, not play a split. Because, he actually stuck around longer than Ning did. Because, Ning, after the time on IG, did have that bit of an extended break coming on through. But still, point holds true. We hadn't seen them for a while. And now, alongside these youngins, some people that we've seen and have been tested before, like Doggo on the international stage, then other people like Harry coming in, even though Ching's been subbed out, him still being on the roster, and Forge been around a few years, but still not reaching that upper echelon. So you really would need the guidance of, people like Ning and Balan who have been able to see the heights that League of Legends has to offer. But on the side, we've hit on it. LNG now, top 2, not in their hands. I think first place, though, feels good to say you're the first place team. Doesn't actually mean all too much in LPL, because honestly, again, that might actually just be the worst side of the bracket, though. Doesn't really matter as much when you're already in the double elim portion, but still. But LNG now, even if they win this game, will just be tied on game difference with EDG. They've lost to EDG, and they both will have 1 series left. EDG will have the tougher matchup left, because EDG play against Thunder Talk, and Thunder Talk have shown that they're a very, competent team that you have to take seriously. So where LNG have LGD left, so should be a bit of an easier challenge. But even LGD have shown up in, I think, some more of their recent series. Not their last one, but have had some good performances back-to-back before getting knocked out. So, it's going to be interesting to see where LNG end up in the table. But I will see with that loss, it is looking to me like it's most likely going to be in that 3rd place spot.
All I can say is that even though it all makes sense, logically, it feels like this is LNG's kind of doomsday from losing game 2, is I just don't know. Because no series ever goes the way it should. You were saying something in that second game that made a lot of sense too, where LPL teams play so much, 16 series throughout the split, and that could be, that's at least 32 games. On average, it's probably more like 40-something. But series never go the way. Even show RNG recently, their games have been, a little bit disappointing. IG, losing to NIP, losing to WE, What was it? Their loss against OMG was even surprising at the time, as they were coming off like a big schedule. There's so many teams that towards the end of the split get disappointing because they just start taking unmitigated losses that you don't expect.
It's also even just not the amount, but also how often, right? Because it's like LNG not only played 2 days ago, like right now it's Wednesday now, their last series was on Sunday, they're next on Friday, so you're playing like every other or every 2 days. So again, when it comes to prep, it's not going to be as heavy as, again, back when I was coaching in the LMS and we just play every weekend. I have 5 days to prepare for the team or teams that I'm playing against. So where it's like, okay, 1-2 days prep for this team. Next series you're playing in, one, maybe at most 3 days later at some points in the schedule. So very quick turnarounds, which is why I feel like LPL will. It's always hard to be a team that, even if you're able to consistently pick up wins, like LNG have only lost 3 series, like losing games isn't the end of the world, that those games will happen. And it's why, again, JDG have dropped 8, EDG have dropped 11, LNG have dropped 10. They're just bound to come. But now LNG needs to show that they're able to bounce back in this third game. They once again get to play on the blue side. And it doesn't seem like in terms of bans that they're really going to opt out of their game plan, which I think is fine, because I don't think you look at game 2 and you think, oh my god, LNG, what is this draft? How do you play this game? Definitely coming down to the actual actions and actionable plans within the Rift itself.
Okay, let's see what changes though for game number 3. LNG still on blue, Ultra Prime still on red. It's been that way the whole series. We're getting a first pick Zaya here, and Zaya's been picked every game so far, so it looks like LNG want to try and force a hand to return to the Rakan, but Ultra Prime are going to try and take it away themselves.
Gonna go with that one. I'm surprised that was their takeaway from game 2 of wanting to get this one on their side, but at least we'll be able to guarantee it and make sure, again, LP gonna have some safety. Also, Zaya just outputs so much damage once you get a few of those items under her belt. And now for up, with Rakan picked up, you could either look to match AD carry here, or you can try to get your own priority jungle. We've seen Tarzan opting into the Lee Sin quite a bit. Ning hasn't been as big of a Lee Sin player, and it looks like maybe for Ning, you're just gonna keep going with what was able to work last time.
Oh man, 3 games in a row. I mean, the Sin Sao has never been played this much, and I love the small adaptation. Tarzan's played Lee Sin every game rather of this series, but he makes a bit of a change here. The Wukong comes out, so a little bit more setup, and Hung is on the engage duty yet again here, while Ultra Prime are just rinsing and repeating parts of their comp.
Yeah, I'm so far keeping it stock and standard. There would be a lot of threat on pretty much any AD carry they want to go with. So not gonna end up going with the Aphelios, which they feel like might be put under too much threat against a Wukong and a Nautilus, and instead gonna get a champion that has the ability to reposition, the ability to try to match the dive that the rest of their composition is building towards. So far, I mean, both LNG and Ultra Prime are spelling out that they want to run into one another. Doggo will have the ability to keep up with LP. If LP pops the ultimate, go in with yours as well and still try to single him out and just go have that assassination potential there. And Ultra Prime, once again, keeping up with this Veigar ban, not wanting to deal with it whatsoever. Last time it was the Renekton coming out. Again, gave Harry, I think, a lot of freedom in that top lane, would just push out waves, was able to have an impact in early skirmishes. So I wonder if he'll want to do the same thing once again. But at the very least, I want to see Ultra Prime round up their comp with 4 dive tools. Matching so it's not just, Forge jumping in with, Doggo jumping in with Ning and Baolan, and that there's other threats, so the Kai'Sa doesn't get focused down so easily.
Well, it depends on what Harry and Forge then pull out, because it'll be an interesting question to see how they facilitate, considering on the other side, LNG also have a lot of, I guess, anti-dive, a lot of disengage so far, a lot of counter-engage. Let's keep using fun words, as Forge is getting targeted with his champion pull, something that can follow the dive. I guess LNG did their homework, considering what Forge was in the past. Akali's taken away. Lyric, what else? What else jumps in? Well, Sion also rams down the middle.
I was going to say, Sion was the big one I was going to look at for Ultra Prime and what they can go forward, because Sante still being open would thematically fit with what Ultra Prime want to do. Again, if they're scared of early game pressure coming in from LNG and they think back to game 1, Renekton would be another nice look ahead. And even though, again, it's more about like either flanks or finding those opportunities to get the slice and dices onto the back line, we saw a lot of times that LNG was willing to match punch for punch, and Ultra Prime didn't really have to try too hard to find those engages, LNG would just give it to them. So I think it's a decent read, as this time around, we're going to get the Jax coming out in topside, some side lane pressure. The Talia would be a good thing to pair alongside this and look to match. Ahri could do a bit of the same, right? Using the Spirit Rush to find those roam timings. We'll give them more of an aggressive mid-jungle 2v2 as compared to Talia, which, again, ever since the mini rework, I think of more as a bit of a scaling pick with how much damage you're able to put out later on. But yeah, so more aggression coming out from LNG. Once again, strong mid-jungle 2v2, but this time around, Zika can be able to have a lot of pressure up in that top lane.
Well, Milio is open, Lyric, but they're going to go with Lissandra here to finish it off. So Ultra Prime just rounding out game number 3. So we get the 2v2 that talked about the all-in, but I will say Ultra Prime have done a good job traversing the comp of the bans, as that is an angry pumpkin. And honestly, I don't know what it says. I wish I did, but Ultra Prime have hit the nail on the head as to what can follow up.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, whole composition can just jump right in, Forge, buying space, bow land, to start things off with the quickness. Ning going in, popping that ulti, and Doggo trying to find key targets in LP and Scout to round things out. For LNG, we're going to have to see them play a bit more around their side lane pressure that they'll have with their Jax. Ahri will also have more freedom later on up against Lissandra and be able to push out those waves, potentially roam off of those, try to chunk people out, find picks, look for numbers advantages. They shouldn't feel as comfortable in outright 5v5s, but I still think you can think back to game 1 when the same thing could have been true, but just mistakes were coming out from Ultra Prime and still allowed LNG to take those fights. So definitely feels like this has been a series of punishing mistakes have really been the key differences rather than just looking at how these compositions are supposed to play out on paper.
Well, look, at the end of the day, for LNG, getting forced to a game 3 is already a bad step. We are at the point where LNG now, as you said earlier, don't have their fate in EDG's hands, or rather in their own hands, excuse me. It is in EDG's hands.
Yep.
They're the ones who will take it. EDG have to essentially either lose against TT, or if it goes to a game 3, as you said, it doesn't matter because EDG have their head-to-head. So things are looking good here, at least for EDG. But for LNG, a win at the absolute is needed. This is a must. If LNG loses series, the chance of them being 3rd and not in the top 4 for double elim, aka, oh my god. Nicer! Okay, simmer down.
I do want to follow up on that and say, right, it'll still be possible. If LNG win the series, it'll still be possible for them to lock top 2. If they win their last series and either EDG or JDG lose, like, I mean, they'll just lock it. They'll be at 13 wins and they'll be chilling. But again, you're relying on other teams' results for you to be able to get there. If all of LNG, EDG, and JDG end at 13, it'll be very possible for LNG to be that odd man out, barring on EDG dropping games to TT. So again, not horrible, not the end of the world. Even if they did end up 3rd, not the worst thing, right? You're going to be 1 round before a double elim, and they would definitely go into whatever series they are as heavy favorites. It'll still be possible for them to make that top 2, and missteps from all top teams have been happening in recent series. So both JDG and EDG are not infallible.
But I need to go back and look, because I don't know how many splits it's been, but every time we get to like round 3, that team kind of gets upset. Top Esports versus LNG. You know, LNG were in round 3 in 2022 spring. Top Esports beat them. LNG had to go.
Was that the round RNG were in, what was it, last summer? When they did qualify through Gauntlet?
I'm about to go and find out for you, because this is only spring. This is spring where RNG made it.
I remember RNG lost to LNG in that series and then had to go play in the Gauntlet.
RNG lost to EDG and had to play in the Gauntlet.
Oh, it was EDG.
But LNG made that miracle run, but then by JDG is what are we looking at? What did I witness? Lyric.
You know, I was so wrapped up in reminiscing and walking down memory lane and being wrong that yeah. But hey, Cleanse was blown by LP in bot lane. Ultra Prime, aggressive all in, so them already having control over the boss side. LNG having control up top with the Jax pick. So having a bit of a different priorities. You can see both junglers playing around those priorities quite well. Tarzan pathing up towards top, Ning making his way down towards bot to at least guarantee these scuttles to come out. But it also means that junglers shouldn't really meet up, and we might not have much action, as you shouldn't expect overextensions to come out from either side lane, knowing their jungle's on the opposite side.
Well, Lyric, I'm going to find out exactly what that was. Okay. So, Zika got 1 gold. He got 1 gold for sitting there. Is there a side quest? Is there a little quest thing? Oh, no, hang on. New Jax fishes, doesn't he? He caught a fish. That's what it was. I was wondering. I was like, what just happened? But New Jax he stands there and he goes fishing. He caught a fish. I forgot that existed. Yeah, and he gets like 1 gold. And I was like, what is that bubble? What is happening? Jax caught a fish, guys. Great stuff. All right, Lyric. Mystery crisis averted.
Random thing to add to the game as well.
Yeah.
What a like strange passive to just give Jax.
I know.
Pretty much nonsensical, non-meaning money.
Dude. It's just it's ridiculous that it's a thing, but also cool. Now we know. Yeah. Anyway, completely off track.
You know, though, I would have
trivia.
loved if they went thematically more with Jax, having the lamppost, you know what I mean, like in the past in his lore, and like make it so if Jax stands for like 30 seconds, he's kind of shady street deal where he stands under a lamppost and, you know, make gold or something.
Oh, yeah. What are you buying? Dude, that remake comes out in 2 days. The Resident Evil 4 remake comes out in 2 days. I have pre-ordered it. I am not leaving my computer. My favorite game of all time. The worst part about it is they changed the voice of the shopkeeper in it. But everything else looks like a banger. Like, I think it is one of the best remakes of all time.
Maybe I'll give it a go. Never been a Resident Evil gamer. I mean, it just shows our different priorities. I've been spamming Sunhaven, which is, you know, like Stardew Valley-esque farm simulator. Exactly. Which is great.
Look, it is Stardew Valley. What?
Yeah, but there's like, you pick a different race. There's skill trees that you level up. There's no energy, so you don't have to care about, oh my god, I've chopped too much wood today. I need to get, like, if you've unlocked the hot springs and the sauna by then, you know, you can go there. But yeah, a lot of things you have to worry about that now I don't care about.
Well, I'll show the Mrs. Sunhaven. I bet she wants. It's 20% off at the moment. Oh, hi. Okay, all right. Well,
the spring sales, baby, the spring sales.
Oh my god, it is. It looks like Stardew. Like the graphics are almost identical, but it's almost like they incorporated Maple Story as Harry flashes away. Okay, Zika did pop the ulti. He got 6 first. Look, this guy that got fishing, all that extra gold is coming in handy, obviously.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe the fish gives some kind of like combat buff. Is Tarzan gonna get in there? Did he manage to get it? Looks like he did not. Still went for his now. Harry!
He does have dominance. Zika does get out. Flash was burned by Harry before, so he's unable to follow that up as Hung about to go over. That charm brilliant onto Ning, who doesn't have ulti but locked down. Forge sends out the Frozen Tomb, no Glacial Path to take after Hung flashes away. Good little trade here, but LNG looks like they got a bit more with Ning's flash.
Exactly, because Hung will have the Hex Flash, so he's not going to be feeling too hurt from having to blow his on the escape. Ning would have been nice to have that, especially to set up for more cheeky or like longer range ganks to be able to come out. Isn't going to be quite possible, but I like how we already have action starting off quite early. Sure, a kill hasn't happened, but almost solo kill in topside, kind of going both directions. This action side scuttle. And now looking at where we're at, I mean, Scout still having a Spirit Rush up. Always potential in this mid lane. Nice charm. But even being able to roam, even, you know, unlocking Scout from lane, linking up with Tarzan, because Tarzan should be pretty close to having his Cyclone up as well. This is where we can really start to see action unfold. And look at the time. 7 minutes, about to be 30 seconds on the clock. Rick Herald's going to be up. So that could potentially be where LNG want to look.
Open up more waves. I mean, they got a lot of opportunities to play through some of these sides because Jack's winning out, you see Scout winning out. Lane's going pretty well for LNG in such an important game as Ultra Prime sitting on a ward right now. Looking for that all-in engage. And speaking of on wards, LNG back to that beautiful square one, which is warding out every possibility. Two different plays, both spotted out, even going for the all-in. They knew Ning was here, but he ultis out. Zika flashes away, doesn't trust that he can survive the damage, and that timer on Harry's ultimate, it's coming real close. So I respect Zika playing more safe than sorry.
I also like what Ultra Prime did here, because they realized that Jax will just outright win the 1v1, so if they want Prio for Herald, they need to attack the top lane first before being able to walk in. That's what they go for. They're going to find Tarzan.
Cyclone will come through the Spirit Rush as well. Ning does have his ulti, but he doesn't get the pop it. Dies down to first spot as Zika with a good counter-strike. Forge only splits himself in place. The Frozen Tomb's down, but Harry's in trouble now, and Forge has got no other escape. Scout with the follow-through. All it takes is one more bit of movement. He has the flash, he's waiting for the charm, but Harry has the movement speed to get on out there while LNG get two great picks. In front of that Herald Lyric, that's a done deal.
LNG, I mean, great job of punishing coordination from Ultra Prime. Ning wanted to go in. Forge, I believe, had already started back off. So he flashed over the wall, and I mean, I'm sure we're going to get a replay of it, but now leads to the Herald going over to LNG, like you said. This is exactly what they want when they've had pressure in both of these solo lanes towards the top half of the map, and a much smoother start in game 2 than last time, because now they're the team at a 2K gold lead. But here it is. Again, Ultra Prime start to go in. I mean, with them not realizing, right? Ning, though, going forward, Forge still clicking back at first. And then here, he's going to flash over the wall. I believe goes with the W, which doesn't even connect at first.
Nope.
And then it's actually LNG able to turn around with the kill. They force out the Frozen Tomb from Forge, but having 3 members strong against 2, knowing there's no flash, no ulti there from Forge, they're able to finish that one off. So, again, bit of a... It seemed like one of those things where maybe there was no preset notion or plan about what they wanted to do, how they spotted someone out, because again, Ning went in and Forward. Even if it was only a few seconds, I mean, that could be a difference maker. He gets in there, W gets popped, Q's thrown out, damage is layered. Maybe could have been a kill over to their side.
But it cost them so much. That's a kill over to Tarzan, kill over to Scout, and a 2K gold lead, seemingly out of nowhere. Mid has double buffs, and it even looks like with Scout pushing up, the pressure is going onto Forge. I mean, that's already a plate taken away that I think Scout was privy to before. We see him backing here. Yeah, Leandre's is picked up off the back of it as well. Look at the item difference just through mid, as LNG start this early game off pretty darn well.
LNG, I think when they get a lead, like, it's going to be so hard to be able to kind of overcome this barrier, because you look at game 1 and you think, hey, Lyric, but, you know, just got smashed by Ultra Prime. That was Ultra Prime starting off with a gold lead. And LNG always playing from a gold deficit. There were times where they controlled the map, but still, Ultra Prime, in terms of being able to take fights, were always the ones in the lead. Is it going to be the same story this time around? Especially, like you said, Scout having that mythic on Tarzan. Like, now the 2 people who have the most mobility and ability to roam around the map are the ones with items. So this is really going to start influencing things like objectives, like we're seeing here with this dragon, getting deep vision in the enemy jungle, starting to make plays and roam towards your side lanes. It's going to be all about how LNG transition these advantages that they have in mid-jungle to other areas of the map.
I mean, next up, top lane feels like already it was winning out by itself. LNG have a good opportunity to cement that lane a little bit more, because Divine Sundra should be coming through from Zika pretty darn soon as well. I just cannot believe fishing is part of the new passive, as stun being dodged away nicely. He does pop the ulti, Grandmaster at arms. Zika still rampaging through, but it's Dominus versus Zika. So both ultis just going to be used, and I guess backing away for the time being as Harry's full rage bars up. He ain't touching it.
LNG gonna look to make a play towards bot, but just gonna end up... Looks like they were just trying to get some vision in the enemy jungle, which they were able to get down. But keep your eyes on the mini-map. I know we're getting some play around top here, but look where Tarzan is. He's going to end up backing off, but that could have been a potential play set up on Ning. The Scout had already started to move over. Scout and Tarzan. Like we said, Scout not having a great game too, but these 2 really have been the gold standard of mid-jungles in the LPL. A bit like pepperoni pizza being the gold standard of pizza. Munch doesn't agree. Is it really? But it's just facts. Oh. Me and Munch had this talk yesterday, and he said the gold standard pizza is deep dish Hawaiian, which I can't disagree with more. As I am one of those people who thinks pineapple doesn't really go on pizza. And also deep dish, maybe it's because I think of Chicago deep dish, which is like a full-on birthday cake. But
oh my God.
Also,
does that have cheese in it though?
Not a huge fan. Of course.
Okay, well that's different. That's like cheese crust. But dude, if I go to Domino's, or if I, I'll be honest, in Australia, sometimes I go to crust because I like bougie. I can afford the food for them.
Bit of a cultured man here.
Dude, it's always thin and crispy, without a doubt. Unless you're putting cheese in it, like, what is the point? Not only is it carbs, as right now I'm thinking about that because of dieting, but where's the flavor? Where's the sauce? You know? Like,
this might
it's
be
just-
a controversial opinion, but actually the S-tier form of pizza is a calzone. Calzones are absolutely gold.
They are.
And they
I've
cannot
only
be
ever had
beaten.
one, and they're so good. They're
They're great.
actually the best things ever. And
Yeah.
I'm so unhappy that I don't think we have them much in Australia. We probably do on like some menus.
Which is
but
crazy. You guys are like the masters of like putting things inside of dough with like meat pies and stuff like that.
True.
That is what I think of when I think of Australia.
Yeah.
Where's
I mean, they're somewhere. They're definitely somewhere. I need to pause quickly because Harry's about to die. The reason I know why is because Zika, as he runs up to the turret, is gearing up for Tarzan to come through as well. Never mind. I guess not. We're going to pause for now because Tarzan's still waiting. All I'm going to say is that thin and crispy is great. I think the standard of pizza needs to be like the Italian way. Margarita, which is cheese, tomato,
now you do need to pause.
and a plain one that Harry is kind of like, right? Then you bring in the meat lovers. Harry flushed away. This is a good little mitigation, but there's too much CC and Zika keeps tanking it up. Down goes Harry. The kill goes over to this Wukong, and LNG are still back on top.
Yeah, LNG putting him in the oven for far too long, burning Harry up in the top side, is now hung.
Well, Doggo's in trouble. Depth charge in as well. LP just firing away the killer instinct. Don't think it'll get him out. All you need is a couple of quick silver stashes, but Bolton comes out late and getting punished for it as Scout comes through, cleans up Doggo, but now taken through is Hung. A 1-for-1 trade as even LP gets out and Hung gets to sacrifice his life.
Yeah, getting the 80 carry though, you're always gonna feel like that one is worth. Summoners were blown across the board though. Even LP, Doggo, Scout utilizing his flash. So at least in terms of summoners, maybe LNG actually losing out on that trade. But again, winning out in terms of the value they were able to find and taking down Doggo. And you can see now LP gonna be able to push this wave out in bot, potentially allow him to roam up if he wants to enable the fight for a Herald on top side, but it doesn't look like it. He's actually going to stay for place down in bot.
Well, the gold trade there for 3,000 gold. At the very least, LNG still holds control. Dragon's coming up in 40 seconds. I don't want to bring out the fact that Tarzan is just the objective king in this game. Let's have a look at this again, because Doggo just caught out.
Yeah, looks like he was trying to rotate up, meet up, I guess, with his forces in mid. And I don't know if set up for Herald early, but either way, whatever he was trying to do should not have been there. Gets kind of all summoners blown. Ultra Prime do have more forces here, though, so they're able to look for the re-engage. It doesn't prevent the kills from being able to come out. Put the overcommit there. We do at least see one answered back by Ning, but Harry, LNG have liked playing around top this series.
Oh, they have, and look, they're just going to keep funneling into Zika's lane. Harry is 0-2. It might only be 16 minutes in, but Zika's been having a great time this third game. Everyone set up top lyric, and now with Herald, I mean, inner turret might just go down.
It will. I mean, you look at where Ultra Prime is on the map. They went for the trade around Dragon. They're going to try and find a gank in mid.
Okay, well, the dive is successful so far. LP, often called the weak link, as Forge only just survives, but
they're going to get another charge.
And they're not there. They're all committing to the bottom side of the map. So, free inhib turret at 17 minutes in the game. Ultra Prime, you need that.
And now, there is an incredibly long side lane for the Jax to be able to play through. I guess it won't be much relevant for too much longer, as we're going to have things like Baron up, and, then lane allocations are going to change. Zika being the one who's going to play by himself, and usually going to play around Scout, is able to provide on that top side, but still, a lot of, ways to... You're able to get much deeper vision now, a lot more angles you can, try and play around and find these picks, and just less area of control for Ultra Prime. So, a bit of a misstep there. Even if they were able to find a kill in mid, they picked up a Dragon. But LNG only furthering their gold lead, above 4,000 now. And it's one of those things, right, that when LNG does get the lead, they are so methodical about being able to push this one further. And even in game 2, if there's one area I think we could say better, it was even when they were behind, they were trading up in a lot of scenarios with objectives. It just came down to how they kept opting into the fights that led to their downfall.
You're really good at maintaining their ability to hold a position in game. I mean, that's what we criticized about game number 2, where it just wasn't the LNG we know. The LNG that, again, are chasing up the top 2. It's obvious to talk about how good of a position they are in the LPL, but still, fighting out for a win in this game is super important for them to still have a chance for the top 2 to skip into the top 2 into playoffs, which gives you a second chance in double elim. Ultra Prime, as they try and group up to be a thorn in the side as the direct line starts it off. A TP flank, that's beautiful. A depth charge, a cyclone, and a flank from Scout. Now with the Spirit Rush, Zeke is going to be charmed up with the quickness, but even with a single counter-strike, he's still done part of his duties. LP runs forward as the first kill is the only kill so far. Ning's going to flash away from certain death as Baolan with the re-engages, only to Tarzan's clone. And LNG get themselves a nice little pick off the back of Ultra Prime grouping his 5. LP, why are you still here?
Yeah, not able to find anything off of it. Luckily, I guess LP does still have his ulti in both sums, so he's not feeling too threatened, but you still ideally wouldn't want to have to blow one of those because you are, over-aggressing in mid, but we're going to see here Ultra Prime grouping up his 5, wanting to use his time that they have, but immediately getting hooked under turret that's come out. And I think a big part of this fight is look at Ning. Ning's being separated, so we can't join in and try to help give space for Forge to be able to escape, kind of layer that engage in there, and it means that LNG can just keep running them down. Great CC chain coming out from people like Tarzan and Hung to make things work. And even if Zika couldn't find anything on the back line, again, it's not allowing carries to walk up and deal damage that is the difference maker in some of these fights. But even quarters like that, those are the spaces where Ultra Prime's comp really wants to fight. You want to fight in places like River and wide open spaces where you can get value out of their carries being far forward, you being able to dive onto them, which you're able to do under their own turret, and it's going to open up a carry like Xayah to actually be able to deal more damage. So
true.
I think not ideally where Ultra Prime would want to fight, but they're just getting choked out. They're being limited on options, and they thought that could be a window where they could find something.
And again, that read not being great has just put them into a 6k gold deficit. It's gotten bigger, and LNG might not have the Dragons. It's Chemtech Soul, so maybe it doesn't matter again here in this game, but they've got the side lanes under wraps. This Jax is near unbeatable. At least it will feel that way as these items start stacking up. Scout on another lane here as Forge is forced to match. And the whole river line right now is looking blue as LNG gain control of the vision, and the only one outer turret left to go here, and that's towards mid. It'll take a wind in the breeze, which doesn't really make sense when you think about it, but it'll still fall over by either one. Bit more wind in the breeze, You've already got some, but you add, I don't know, how do you measure wind? Like a cup of wind.
I feel like you measure a wind in, let's say you measure wind
Kilometers.
in how loud of a flute sound can be made if you shoot, or trumpet. You can do that as well.
True. Like 5 trumpets worth of volume.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 decibels of trumpet noise.
Yeah,
You know what?
I like that.
I actually had one more question left in our trivia day from earlier.
Oh, hit me.
But it was too hard. Hung, you gonna be fine? It's too hard of a question, if I'm being honest. No one would know.
No. I'm already
Do you
struggling.
really, I could pivot the question to a better question, but if you want this, before joining IG 2017, how many times did Ning make it to the LPL promotion tournament on Young Miracles?
Oh, I'm going to say twice.
Close. It was 3 as jungle and as
why
support.
am I up by 1 again?
I guess it was 80 carry. As jungle and as 80 carry.
Yep. Oh, flash break.
Zika?
That's so good from Zika. He'll be exhausted. Doggo flashes away from the depth charge, but still in the back end. Ning died as well. Scout with one more Spirit Rush left in the tank, but Ultra Prime have been taken away from the Baron. Great setup from LNG Lyric as they just pick up this neutral as easy as you'd like.
I mean, this game's even more dominant than game 1, which is why we have the freedom to just ask random questions about Ning. in the past because
I was so close. I'm pretty proud I was close on that one because
Yeah.
I remember, Young Miracles went to relegation a lot, and yeah, Ning was AD. Ning and Ming played together.
And 2 of those times they lost in 5-game series, which just feels so bad for them not making it through based off 1 game. The other time they got 3-0 with the tragic see here, the huge 2-man stun coming out from the Jack opens up 1 kill. And on the opposite side, Scout and Tarzan again, the buddy system coming in clutch, running down the members of Ultra Prime, and now set up well to honestly even just brute force this game forward now that they're almost at 10K. There aren't really a lot of structures left for them to take with these Baroned up minions. They should be able to start sieging these down. I do want to ask one final question, which is, who were the legendary trio in 2020 summer, known as the kings of the LPL?
In the same team?
Yeah, the trio. The best trio we've ever...
Well, hang on. Was it in IG?
No.
No, because 2019... Oh, God. 2019 was IG FPX.
2020.
Suiting? Sorta?
No.
Hang on, not suiting. Hang on,
Huge
hold the
TP
thought.
flag,
I'll
huge
know
TP
this
flag?
one.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a big
doesn't
one,
matter.
but I think it might be too late because
Doesn't
Battle's
matter.
just dead. That turret's about to die as well, and Zing engages. He'll find that credit card. Only separates him from Mortal Reminder. Forward goes Scout, great Spirit Rush into Charm. This is more like it. LNG, I don't know what happened in the second game, but number 1 and number 3 show that you're one of the best teams in the league. As Forge left isolated Golden, but he's only got 1 Zhonya's, 1 Watch, and Tarzan starts spinning to winning. Doggo's now going to die. LNG are still going to end up 12-3. LNG are still going to end up high and mighty in the LPL. As Ultra Prime try to make this competitive. Game 3 is a wash. 14 kills, 2 deaths. That's more like it.
Great showing from LNG in Game 3. Able to bounce back from, again, a tough loss. Again, pretty uncharacteristic loss for them in Game 2, where especially Scout really was just getting punished. But this game, they should once again, if they get the lead, you can see what they're able to do, just making Harry's life a living hell in that top lane with how much pressure they were putting up there. Catching out and punishing mistakes from the opposing side. Again, you think back to like Doggo down in that bot lane when he got caught out by the LNG bot side. Just so many things going awry for Up. But LNG going to feel great to take advantage, put themselves at 12 wins. And again, they still technically will be at 3rd, even though they are now just tied with EDG in terms of series and games. But now, in a position where if EDG or JDG misstep, they will be able to punish and break into that top 2.
So the only question I have is the Golden Trio. It wasn't JDG, it wasn't...
They had the best player in LPL history on it.
But was it wasn't Doomby because that wasn't the year. That was the year of Sooning. That was the year of we sent Sooning LGD to Worlds.
This team got cheated out of Worlds.
Oh, are you talking about V5 Summer?
We're talking about Mole, Wei, and PB God. What a tragedy. Best player in the world, Mole. But, you know, sadly, we don't really get to talk about them because, you know, Mole's gone. Weiwei's actually gone too. And PB God's actually having some success, but not as much success as LNG are having, which, well deserved.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering, I'm like, wait, who was it? It must be a playoff team. It must be a Worlds team. But no, it wasn't at all. Ladies and gentlemen, LNG get the win. It's 2-1. It's not kind of, you know, what we wanted at the start of show, considering that this was a series that could put their fate into their own hands. But at least for LNG, they'll be guaranteed top 6. They were never going to fall out really anyway. But I think they're actually guaranteed top 4 more importantly. So round 3 at the bare minimum looks like their start. And I will say that is important considering they only have to win 1 best of 5, whether it goes pear-shaped for them or not, to put themselves into double elimination.
And that's why things like the bracket are going to be so interesting, right? Because, like, even though TES look absolutely atrocious, it's like you know, if you have them on your side of the bracket, do you want to face the top esports that has time to prepare and like time to figure out their issues? Not saying they will. Actually, it's very unlikely. And it's, you know, TS don't get the same amount of respect as we should give them because they are just losing. Like they are just not a good team right now. But still, there's like certain teams you look at the bracket for around like, okay, I feel like that's what's going to be very telling. Though again, they will be heavy favorites against anybody under them. They really are in the trio of them, EDG and JDG right now, kind of being separated from the rest of the pack, even if only by a couple of wins, just in terms of how they win their games, how clean it looks in wins. I really feel like it is just a cut above. As you can see here, yeah, team effort, Scout getting involved in the kills, huge damage coming out from the Jacks, and yeah, the only question mark I still have is if we're teams maybe outright try to punish their bot lanes more. But I think that's always an interesting question in League of Legends of like, do you try and shut out the strengths so then like they have nothing that can carry, or do you just try and snowball off of their weakness? I think both approaches are viable, but you know, what can work into LNG? We saw last game it was shutting down Scout, but how often are you able to do that?
Yeah, or even I think game one there are opportunities to really take away LP.
Yeah.
LP was caught out numerous times, and we've talked about him being one of the weakest members of the roster, if not the. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are being told that we're going straight into the second game. This one being important, IG versus BLG. There's no break. We're going into it heads up. Band pick's going to be on the bottom of your screen. Now, Lyric, IG with a win, playoffs, no matter what. BLG with a win, get TT into playoffs. Today's a big day as, hey, we have a Vega on our screens. Now,
and
it's in pick order. And a Blitzcrank with Zeri. Oh, I'm waiting to get into this one.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in this one. A lot of aggression coming out from the BLG side, right? I mean, Blitzcrank, LeBlanc especially, makes you think of picks, but you still have strong team fighting potential there from the fact that there's a Kennen and a Wukong. Like, huge AoE knock-up into the CC can definitely do a lot. And when you look at IG, you're kind of wanting a bit of a slower pace, right? You have a Veigar, you have an Aphelios, you have something like a Sejuani, which is going to be able to provide you a ton of frontline in value later on. But that's going to be down in the support role because of the mid lane Lissandra coming on through. And I'm curious to see if IG can pilot a composition like this. Because when you think back to early in the split for IG, I feel like a lot of their wins was off the back of aggression. Was off of snowballing through topside specifically, was off of their bot lane, playing, you know, a lot of these meta bot lane picks much better and being able to win out in 2v2s. But now, of course, with YSGame not being part of the starting lineup and having Nani come back in, seems like pivoting the identity a little bit and just trying to play more for big 5v5s.
Now, obviously, I don't know why, but I mean, we heard earlier in the split, YSCam was overtraining. You know, even had some medical issues because he was training too hard. Hope he's all right. Hope he can return to the Rift because, again, YSCam, we don't want him to be a flash in the pan. He has shown so much brilliance. But to be fair, you know, Nani did start off the split, Lyric, when Dove wasn't here yet. Played a great couple of mid games on Rise. Nani has been someone who, even in their last series, was quite solid. So looking forward to this team showing us what they've got with their make-do lineup as Wink in the Veigar support is an exciting thing to bring up. Again, this guy will play anything he can, being a former 80 carry. Just continue showing us versatility as this important series for IG, guys, will be their last series. If IG don't win this, their fate is in others' hands, and it ain't looking good for them to try and make playoffs. So this will be a big one again, as Lyric already talked a little bit about the comp, but I want to kind of mention Superstars so far feels like, hang on. They're saying Veigar support? Yeah, forget my point. It's been 3 years since Veigar support.
It was played by RD. That's not a name.
Sorry, 4 years.
Come to my mind in a long time.
True. LGD, former support, played with him for a little bit as well. PYL and him subbed out quite a bit. So kind of a big deal that Wink has brought it back after such a long period of time in the support role.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, when it's in 2019, like, there's no way that's been how long since it's been played because, I mean, we've seen it. So, yeah, being brought down here in the bot lane, going to be able to provide value in these cages if Elk ever wants to try and get aggressive or even just set up for the burst from On. But, oh my god, we have On versus On.
I forgot. I knew this was coming.
How do we do this?
We've done this before.
So what we need, oh no. On. Okay, got it.
On.
So we
On
need
versus on.
So we need on to find the big hooks on the on.
Yep, that's right. And if on gets taken down by on, well, then it's going to be Spicy Stuff's in trouble. Flashes away, but one more auto flash from Yagao. Nice gank timing. Dove used everything to try and get away.
Yeah, flashing up to the side, which I don't really know what that provides when you already are so low. Like,
yep.
Auto still comes out from Yagao, able to flash, get the second one off, which guarantees the kill coming through. And both summoners now being blown. I guess by both mid laners though, right? Because Yagao did have to follow up with flash. Now TPing back into match the lane. So you're gonna love that gold.
Oh, on dodges. Nice.
Yeah, on sadly not being able to connect against on, so already being fun in this bot lane. I don't like, I'm just happy I didn't have to cast Hung versus Hung earlier in the split.
Oh, true.
That would have been very annoying.
There are, I mean, we've had Ching and Ning on the same team for the majority of the split too, so name's been going well. And as you said, Lyric, the flash here, it's like, well, to dodge Wukong damage, but he got hit anyway.
Yeah, and like, I guess I get the idea had he had more health, like maybe he can like bait them up a little bit or be able to escape that way, but sadly not going to be enough in the end, and now he's just going to be even more vulnerable to more potential ganks coming through from the side of BLG. Great to see Shun already linking up with Yagao. When you think back to Yagao, his biggest strengths over the years, especially last year, was how he was playing with his jungler. So seeing him play with Shun would be great. And even though in recent times people might not think of it, when people like me and you think of Yagao, we still think of the LeBlancs, the Zoes. You think back to 2020 and like them really being his standout champion in the year where JDG and Top Esports were having that huge rivalry. So nice to see him once again get his hands on a pick that he's been able to pilot so well in past years.
Yeah, I mean, those pop-off picks, you're right. Like, I think people don't know the story behind Yagao because he's someone who came in recent years. He hasn't been around with his tenure like Doomby, like even Knight's had like a shorter tenure, but it's been a lot more high impact plays. But you think of mid's like Rookie in the league, where Yagao hasn't been around for a while, but he's still, I guess Cal has, but
I was going to say, it's kind of crazy to think that even players coming in like 2017, 2018, 2019, they've been around for quite a while at this point.
Yeah.
It's, as we see only one of the ons coming to the mid lane.
Oh, weak though. Event Horizon's good, but on flashes away. Gideon moved up here as well. There's a 3-man here. There's a little rocket grab to Dove, but he sidesteps it. Ends up being a minion instead. And as they group up, IG trying to set up for the Dragon here, Lyric. Considering that, I guess they want to start stacking this up sooner rather than later, considering their lanes are losing everything apart from that bottom lane.
Able to make do. I mean, if they can get this going right, we've already said that they're the team that's more of playing for later on and what they're able to do, but I don't think this is going to be as black and white as if this goes late, IG win. Like BLG, you're looking at how people like Shun and Bin are able to impact team fights with the huge AoE, right? So either team who can start getting these dragons off the ground is going to be feeling like they're in a very solid spot. To where for BLG, like Bin and Elk kind of being those damage dealers for later on, but we're looking at Yagao, Shun on, like single target CC, single target damage coming out. Like you really want to be able to connect picks with these champions as the game starts off. So we're almost at the level 6 point for Shun, and that's really where he's going to start finding that massive impact.
Oh, nope, not getting through there. Nice little overdrive for On to escape there. Lyric, further to your point, I want to mention that the value that these supports have late is actually going to be huge as well. As maybe now's not the time because Elk could be in trouble. Gideon with an Arctic Assault in. Elk saves the flash. Gets out, no problem, but that's someone going to be down with well-timed Q, excuse me, from Gideon.
So IG already doing a nice job of setting up their bot lane to be able to continue to pressure in this lane matchup. Is heavy trading on this side. We see, actually like the minimap, Shun is getting chased down by Nani.
Yeah, and this might be a collapse from Dove as well. Nani's going to go Mega Gnar too, so he's got a bit of time to play with. Doesn't have the ulti as Bin. About to pull in the electric surge, but Shun's already dead. However, Bin's ulti is negated by the fact that there were so many untargetables. IG pick up a second. Nani not getting the slow onto Yagao, but they stay alive. A good counter punch from IG in the nick of time.
BLG, I mean, Bin coming in, hoping to play off Shun, but Shun's already taken down. You really only have him being the member who's alive, dealing damage. We go back to replaying the bot side. Elk getting chased down. The knockup comes on through. And instead of having to go with the flash, and then here, I love it. They realize, hey, we're making a play on bot, so Shun should be in my jungle on top side. Nani trying to run him down, knows the Mega Gnar is close to coming up, might not have that ulti online, but has enough damage. And then Dove here, able to actually get it with the Q through the Kennen, extending the range. And then Dove going untargetable Yagao, I guess just not having enough cooldowns up to be able to take down Nani. And that opens up for them to find the kill onto Kennen. So, yeah, very unfortunate. And allowing the Q range to go and actually take down his jungler. And look, starting to open up these kills.
It alleviates the pressure off the top side. Nani was getting bullied out by Bin, who's been having a pretty immaculate laning phase so far. You can see the CS difference is close to 15 up in that top lane, and as Wink comes in, hang on, Hook avoided. Oni's going to get out with a Hex Splash. That timing, speaking of immaculate, was just that.
Now both teams hovering around mid because Herald is up. BLG are the ones who have pressure in top lane right now, which is why they feel more comfortable trying to walk into this. But it's actually IG who just circumvent both mid and top and go. And BLG don't even look to contest, which kind of surprised me considering that Slicing Maelstrom had just come up. But I guess not wanting to run into the heavy amounts of CC that IG has, because that's the one thing that IG have in spades. Literally all 5 of them bring CC to a fight, which just makes team fights so much easier, being able to pick people off one by one, focus down key carries, and prevent people like LeBlanc and Kennen who want to be jumping on you to find that impact. So IG not only pick up an objective that BLG choose not to contest, BLG aren't able to answer anywhere else on the map.
And look, for BLG, all they got was a couple of camps in that regard as well. So, yeah, not matching, not able to find too much. The gold lead shifts over to IG a little bit here as well. And while I was talking about the lanes going well for BLG, just note that the one I didn't say was going well was bot. And there's 10 CS up just about on this Aphelios versus Zeri. And there is still a Herald here as well, Lyric. And it feels like there's a lot of opportunities for IG to just go ahead and drop that bot and give Arn a nice little temptation towards his first item.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope that they can get him up to that. We can see now, though, that Gideon's actually making his way potentially towards topside. We've already seen pings come out around there. Bin is someone who also doesn't have his flash, as BLG now appropriately targeting bot side. So we're going to see if either of these teams can find the play on the side they need. Glacial Prison's up.
Depends on Bin. Does he use it? Flash in. Good dodge away. In the Slicing Maelstrom. Nani still gets the ulti, though. So much CC. Lyric, as you said, everybody's got it.
And sadly for Bin, that just means that he ends up going down in the end. So they find one kill on topside. I wonder if Gideon's going to commit and look to drop the Herald. It's just helping push it out for now. I like that they opted not doing it. Like, you really don't. Taking this down, getting more gold on the Gnar doesn't really do anything for IG. You've already set the Gnar up in quite a fine place to have an impact later on in the game. Definitely is about getting on and getting gold onto him and making sure that he can be the big threat that IG need to deal with. Moving over to BLG, though, we haven't really seen as much link up with Yagao as we wanted. Only that gank earlier on in the game, but I feel like it's a lot about this Wukong and this LeBlanc to start things off. When neutral objectives come up, sure, we're looking at Bin. But until then, until we're fighting around Drakes, it's about what the Blitzcrank, what LeBlanc can do to set up and kind of take away numbers from IG.
Always going to be relevant. Summoners have so much value as the game goes on as well. As On's now level 6, he's got that static field to get the silence. TP being used on the spot. On knows he can't get the range here. There's a way they go. On now in the middle. This is just strange from IG. I guess on the ward just threw it all off as BLG found the confidence to engage, but they just lost their bottom lane after the dragon.
I also might need to see that again in the replay, but it looked like Wink just literally walked past On and said, hey, you know, you deal with that, Hook Brother. As you know, he did a flash up. So I kind of want to see what kind of vision with here, but it looked like he just kind of walked up in their face. They even have a control ward in that pixel brush. So walks right through. Wink standing in front of him now. Flashes away. Yeah. It's just, I guess Wink just believing his AD carry would flash as well. Maybe On thinking like, Wink, you're gonna take that hook for me, but those guys not being on the same page with how that one is gonna be played out.
Oh my god.
Right.
I just think,
Where's the brotherhood?
Yeah. I think you
Where's
gotta
the
take that one.
communication?
That's just rough considering IG, I mean, they're in such a good position in this game. You know, a lot of gold funneled into this bottom lane, and now with the Herald too, you're hoping they get a little bit more. Arn stepping up. He will find the gold shared away. Wink actually contributes as well. Herald charges, dies in the end. Shun now spotted out on over the wall, doing the same thing here, trying to find a pick, but IG just getting more gold back into their favor, but BLG, despite losing the second dragon, getting those 2 picks off and getting 1 kill onto the Zeri and 1 more onto Yagao. I'm starting to think that BLG have got gold in the right places.
They do. You can see now IG though trying to make sure they can keep not getting gold onto Finn.
Dive.
Yeah,
It's going to be hard though. You might have to ult him first. The Slicing Maelstrom comes through. Nani with the wall ult yet again, but the damage coming a little bit slower here as the Glacial Path used, but Yagao now on the hunt. Dove out of mana as Nani has to flash away. Good little turn onto Yagao, but Dove even burns his flash as well. Double summoners from the Soul Lanes as On's coming through. He's got his own flash. A rocket grab. He punches, grabs, and guess what? It's a field of static, but Yagao almost dies in the process as now Gideon comes through. A good counter here. BLG have lost their support and their solo lane has survived. They get bottom lane turret.
They get everything.
Here ramping up.
Yeah, BLG, I mean, dove in top lane, not able to find the return kills because Ben just really can't buy time. Didn't even have his mythic until just now. Blitzcrank, like he connects the hook, but you know, Nani's still able to escape with the mobility that he brings, and all you've got in return is some damage onto mid lane turrets. Great play by IG to make sure that they're in just winning position so far. We're gonna get a replay, see how it's done. Ben tries to buy time, pops the Slice of Maelstrom, like hoping to be able to get the stun in place and make sure he gives enough time to look. Yagao and Shun are on their way for them to be able to get here. Goes in, connects the chain, so Flash is burnt by Yagao. Like, they're really checking all the boxes. It's just here. Even On, wanting to guarantee he gets the lockdown. Flashes in, has it, he goes with the Q, but just enough time for Nani's hop to come back online. Really is a bit tragic for BLG, the timings here. But also goes to show of like, hey, this is what we've wanted to see all game long, of like the LeBlanc blitz moving around, you know, maybe looking up a Shun as well, starting to use the CC to catch people off guard, and you're doing it so late into the game.
That's right. I mean, so late in fact that we're getting first item from IG. We're getting the great response here as Nani, speaking of which, in a good position, but doesn't have the flash available. But IG is still collapsing. The Glacial Prison sent out onto On. The Tomb coming through as well. But look at Finn's positioning. He's grabbed him rooted. However, they still get Wink in the process as IG are trying to reposition. Arn is in the middle of it all. In fact, Isabelios trying to now carry as all he needs to grab him. The auto coming through. Kills him, flashes away. Arn does it again. A double kill going through, and IG make it 3 for 4.
And again, our top teams being tested. IG, great fight from them on showing up. Huge on the Aphelios to make sure they went out. And now this is going to turn into a Rift Herald for their side. Is maybe not.
TP,
Maybe
run away. Run away from the hills. It's a LeBlanc. What do you do? Oh, God. He went back. Hang on. Now, after you've used everything, Permafrost comes through. Gideon's like, nah, I don't want to hit that. Yagao's just going to walk away. He's 5-0, by the way. So with that massive shutdown, and now Dove being in the middle of the wave, bit of danger. Everfrost is good, though, with the Glacial Path. They want to turn it back around. Gideon's here. Permafrost is only 1 hit away, and he finds it. On, running into danger yet again. This is Yakety Sack. Yagao gets kill number 6. Please step away from Savion LeBlanc.
Huge right now. 10 stacks as well on the Dark Seal. Like, he's just going to be dishing out a ton of damage. I'm wondering what he's going to be able to buy here off this reset. Looks like just an Amplifying Tome for now. But now we're looking at Yagao. We're looking at Yagao and looking at Elf. The hopes of BLG as Ben has been shut behind. Shun even going. He's going to have to just be able to provide value with things like his ulti. But you aren't very tanky. You aren't very durable on the side of BLG. I think you're really going to have to rely on, like, quick bursts of damage. Dub should be fine. We have to rely on, like, Elf weaving in and out, chunking people out. So IG have to question if they want to commit 2 fights.
Nani taking on Yagao.
Like that.
I would not do that, my friend, as he's going to go Mega Gnar, but IG thinking about it. Wing sends down the event horizon, but there's Cyclone. Arn's in the middle. He has to Gale Force away, but even with the double stun, there's no damage follow-up. Arn is now free hitting Aphelios. Oh, no! denied by Bin. A good Everfrost 1 dub, but they've lost their AD. They have to rely on this front line as Elk gets rooted up and once again taken down. Beautiful stuff. Gideon Lyric is on a masterclass this game as Dub trying to kite away, but another shutdown. It looks so good for IG, but your Gao is getting funneled money like Elon Musk.
Oh, we're going to see if he can find any more here because they're trying to go for Dragon. Yagao's still huge. I don't think they should. But this goes to show like how weird of a situation BLG are in. We're still going. We're still
going to come through. I mean, does On realize that, yep. I'm not sure On is really with it as Yagao. Hang on a minute, gets another kill.
What is going
he
on?
8 kills now?
Why are we
How many
TPing
Tesla
back?
shares can he get? He got the Dragon. Gideon didn't have Smite.
What is going? Why are we TPing it again?
8-0-3, dude. This guy is literally about to buy a Tesla.
Yeah. Again, we see the problem in that last fight that like BLG have to problem solve of like, you really don't just want to full on commit. You want extended standoffs so Yagao can just commit damage every time his abilities come back up. When you commit like this, it's playing exactly into what IG's comp wants to do. The CC is able to come out. You can see even if they go down on the back line, they just look at people like Gideon running them down. Dub putting out huge amounts of damage with the Lissandra, and all of them getting chunked so low because Aphelios, sure he died, but he already did his job. So I feel like BLG are going to have to approach this one differently. It is going to be hard though, because you having extended standoffs isn't really up to you when IG have so many different ways to engage a fight. But again, ideally, you want longer standoffs. You want Yagao going in with his W, throwing out Qs and E's, chunking them out before you full on commit.
He cued it. He cued it.
I find the TPs in that play way sillier than Dragon getting stolen. Like,
that's
what,
true.
What is everyone thinking they could do?
I
What,
don't know,
on
man,
walking
but-
forward? Like, what's going
my
on?
My biggest thing is that even though IG are pushing down mid, Yagao can one-shot. Like, Arn needs to be careful here. He doesn't have Flash Lyric. That the Shadow Flame purchase, not outright, but close to, with only needlessly large. What happened in the replay? On! Stop dying!
He just... This Blitzcrank pick did not... This is the my team Blitzcrank, not the other team Blitzcrank, you know?
Yeah.
Like, poor BLG. Haven't even really been able to find any meaningful hooks off of it either, because the one nice thing about Blitzcrank is no matter how much you feed, no matter how much you run it down your team's behind, you always have a win condition if you land a good hook. We're waiting for that
True.
good hook to come through.
Oh, hey, there's the damage. Woo! Oh, holy guacamole. On is dead again.
That one's not even his fault. His team just full on bailing on him.
That's cool.
Wanting to commit to find the kill on the Sandra, TP being channeled, they immediately want to bounce. My goodness. And like, this is another important series. BLG want this win because BLG are not locked into top 6 yet. You know, getting past first round would be quite nice. And this was a series you came in expecting them to win.
Yep.
But I don't know. I have no words.
Yeah. LPL, brother, you never know what to expect. Because when you expect one thing, the opposite happens. What a classy series, you know? It's like going to a fancy restaurant in your thongs and your board shorts. And you walk in, yeah, table for 2, please. Me and my massive ego are going to sit down.
Again,
this is literally...
for Westerners, you know, thongs, you know, meaning something else, meaning flip-flops.
Sorry, for anyone that's not American, thongs are flip-flops.
No.
Because I think you guys are the only country that thinks thongs, well, you think they're something else.
Well, you know what? Again, I don't want to be included in that bunch. I'm a bit of a traveler myself, but
You are
yeah,
a savant, yeah.
People can which I don't know. That might actually make the story more interesting if you meant the American way.
Well, yeah, that's right. They're walking with their thongs. Good stuff.
Might make the story more interesting.
Australian. Yeah. You know, there's a good Carl Barron skit. Australian comedian, he goes, in America, he goes, you know, you wear your thongs. And he goes, they come in pairs. The American guy goes, oh, do they? He gets excited about it. Honestly, with no context, a lot of the stuff that's said in even England or Australia, if Americans don't know what's going on, There's so much confusion.
Look, you guys by far have the best English and the best slang there is. Easily.
Eggplant.
Easily top tier.
Yep. Nanny's also mega nah. Hey, we got 27 kills in this game. Become an approach dragon in 30 seconds. We're going to fight yet again. And I will say, to echo your point, On is always going to be relevant no matter how many times he dies. But the problem here is that it feels like it's Yagao versus what? Arn? At this point, Lyric has been. Ult doesn't hit from Gideon. Now we're fighting in the choke. Only Shun's clone. Arn is quite legendarily big too. But here's Papa Yagao. Look at him go. As Bin gets the ulti down, all you need is Yagao to follow through. With the damage on Dove, he does exactly that. As now they chase down the jungler who flashes over. But Yagao can match that. He's way too big. Now that Gideon's burnt down, Dragon looks pretty easy for BLG.
And IG getting punished for trying to not allow a passive entry into River. They wanted to deny, you know, that bot wave being the thing that undoes them and allows BLG to get an angle in. But it separates their team, which opens up for BLG to be able to take this Drake. You're going to be able to pivot back to mid lane, get this way pushed out, start getting more vision placed in top side. Like, BLG off that one pick are given a lot of control.
Well, apparently not, because as On gets the hook in, they're going for the re-engage. He's dead again, but look at the wombo. Arn jumps into that, and BLG pounce immediately. Shuriken time as he runs on back, but uncurrent. Shun has to get it down before he dies. The flash in is Nady TPs. Hello? Nady's just in. Yagao now running for his life. Goes back to clone. Elk is playing. Very gameplay from Dove. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! This game is crazier than a day at the rock climbing center in Sydney. Nady is going to be the last survivor. It is a 1v1 with the frozen thralls up and available. Maybe it's Nany versus Yagao, because those boys have got a lot of cash money.
It is a bit of a circus here. I love it. It looks so favored for BLG to start off with. They want to go in, trying to prevent the push from coming through because he's really tanky. And I thought the hook out of the Sejuani would be their undoing, but like On going in so aggressive forwardly to match the damage to get this down, it just gave room for the Zeri to pop off. So much being done. Yagao falling forward with the burst, but then Nany comes in. We have Dove TPing in to join the fight, and I don't know. It's just a bit of a bonanza in the mid lane.
It is. He's on dead. Again, he's 0-7. He's going to die again and again. We got Baron, by the way, with no smite. Guess what? That hook onto the jungler, it looks good because Yagao's there. However, On is just going to sacrifice his life as Baron does go down. Yagao almost stole it away with his free item, Savion LeBlanc. However, I don't speak French, so the sentence ends there. Baron to IG. They must really want to go to playoffs, Lyric.
I could have swore that was going to be Yagao's Baron once we saw the hook come through from On, who again is tragically dead once again. I mean, that time though, you know, trying to make miracles happen and allow BLG to pick up that Baron. Now pushing power behind them. We have seen IG consistently win out when they're grouped. When they're grouped as 5, it has looked like they are infallible, kind of despite Yagao getting picks on like the back end of fights. But IG have usually been able to win out the front end, pick up the objective, and that's really all you need at the end of the day. So now, having the Baron, we'll see what they're able to do. Gideon's ult will be up soon, and they have multiple ways of being able to lock down Yagao. It's Yagao being able to play in 5-4, play in these safe positions where they can't commit things like Dove's ulti to really start off the chain to bring him down. But even then, you're at a point now where Elk's 3 items. He's dishing out huge damage. And there's just multiple carry threats from BLG that IG have to be conscious of.
Well, now it's down to this. Because Dragon's not up. It's just down to this moment in time, apparently, because with 37 kills in 27 minutes, BLG are gearing up for a hook. On is dispensable. They don't care if he dies. It doesn't matter. This blitz is what a roamy golem, whatever you call it. What is it? A rusty golem has no rust? No, I don't know why. Someone will get it at home.
Golem has no
it's a compound effect. As Wink is jumping through. Guess who they found again? Oh, big surprise. 0-9. On is literally having a party, and he's the only one invited as Nady hits the side. He's got a wit's end. He's got a force nature. Lyric. He doesn't take much damage from Yagao. He's confident.
No, it is rough. I gotta say, On and Bin both getting focused down, targeting it out. I think I said that backwards, but point is this game going long. This game's going crazy. And IG are realizing to just stay grouped together, stay as this kind of like death ball composition. And for BLG, you don't really have much like side threat to be able to try and pull them apart, to try and force these picks. Like, sure, Yagao will be able to win out against Dove, and like that's maybe an avenue you could try playing out sides around. But we're even getting to a point where, you know, going into third Drake, you won't be able to ignore.
Help.
Bin?
That's a TP burned out. I mean, Dragon is coming up in 40 seconds, but Bin had to call on Yagao because Nah just went about 10 times.
This also means in a minute, which is when Nani will have his TP back up, I want to see IG putting heavy pressure to that Baron and utilizing the fact that they're going to have TP advantage on 2 members. It means that you could potentially commit Nani and Dove down to that bot side and try and find a pick on the bin when it happens. But we'll get to that when it takes effect, because now Dragon up 15 seconds online.
Let's go.
We have 3.5 items on both AD carries. But on and his ability to dodge out on the opening game, Flash is about to come back up, will be crucial. And you can see BLG realizing that they want to find an isolated pick. They want to start the fight off without a 5v5.
But I think that control ward saved the day. They knew that they were there. Dove didn't step too far forward, and that little sneaky peek is denied with an Infernal Soul now on the horizon. Dove is going to TP to the top lane as well and deny this outer turret, which Lyric, Nady TP'd earlier. Dove TP to it now. They just will not give Bin the satisfaction of hitting a brick.
Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of the TP. Like, sure, you prevent this from going down, but I think you had more potential plays available when Baron comes up with that there. Again, you could have gone for like double soul lane plays in bot. You have Lissandra to lock people up. You have the Gnar to provide the damage with the build that he's gone for. And then that can set up for a Baron play off your end. But maybe because of how far out Baron's up, that, you know, they don't want to wait for that play. They don't think they have time to wait for a play like that. And they'd rather just make sure that BLG aren't getting more gold onto their carries than necessary.
Nani starts strutting towards bot. We've got timers of 1:30 in the top right. BLG so far, what a game. This has been crazier than going into a jumping castle as a 20-year-old male and getting bullied by the children because everyone's bouncing around and you might weigh a lot, but man, there's so many kids and you can't move. I don't know if anyone's been like suffocated by a jumping castle. It doesn't matter if you're 8 years old or if you're 80. Everyone's experienced jumping castle bonanza. That's what this game is. You're in the middle and you can't move because you're getting flung around the whole place. So as IG looked to go, as Arn close to getting hooked in there, Bin not spotted out. Arn moved into this. It's a trap. Arn flashes over the wall, but it's too late. He's dead. Event Horizon not saving out as Elk flashes over. Feels the Zeri moment. Wink's going to be next, and Gideon now too has to flash. Elk just goes over the wall again. Zeri still in ulti mode as Elk will not stop here. Nani the only one alive, and Lyric, they just walked into a cannon mishap.
And those are the kind of things that they're always able to find with the composition that they're running. The surprise opportunities. Bin gets on top of everyone. So many people dead. Turret's going to start being pushed down. They're already taking this one in mid. Look at the mini-map top wave being forced into. So a lot of gold being picked up. A lot of pressure on top side being there. It's even going to turn into the Baron. It's a bit of a inopportune time for the replay, but we'll see here. Again, I need to group up and play around this turn on top. On, sadly not able to hook on, but we don't need to care about the ons right now because Bin and Shun, the link up of the huge 2-man knockup into the huge 2-man slice of Maelstrom. Elf able to jump over the wall to finish off that kill onto the Aphelios. And like I said, during that replay, Baron picked up by BLG.
And a 16 stack Magi's for Yagao, and On got his kill. Not that he really needed it, but his gold is reset. So I guess value to IG in the long run if things continue the way they have been. But hey, with that Baron, the game goes on a little bit longer. Lyric, it's time for us to start talking about hyperscaling because we are getting to the ultra late game portion, especially with how much gold is on the map. And Nady is apparently a hyperscaling Gnar because if he goes into 1v1 with anyone on the Rift, he just wins apparently. Yagao doesn't get the chain down. Nany just hovers it out. Dove is now in fog of war. BLG have to be careful that they don't get the same thrown on them that was BLG's little hideaway play with the all-in.
Yeah. I mean, I still feel like in terms of how fights can play out, IG should feel more confident going into like things like 5v5s and 4v4s. We've also seen, like you said, Nani and his damage. He's able to win out these 1v1s. Triforce and the Wit's End, just putting out so much damage in these extended fights, and also very tanky, so don't have to worry about too much. The thing they have to contend with right now is like we're seeing the Baroned up minions helping give BLG control over these lanes and alleviating the pressure, but doesn't change the fact that LeBlanc, still huge, still has no debts, despite Bin getting set back early. The game has gone on long enough to, yeah, full build now, but the game has gone on long enough to where Bin is incredibly relevant. If he ever gets to the top of the Aphelios that we saw, that is going to be like 75% of his HP bar, and that sets up for the mobility of Elk or Yagao to follow up and finish off those kills. So now with this key dragon, would be soul for IG, would be soul point for BLG, and 3 Infernals. Like, the damage is just starting to be monumental.
Oh, Gideon's caught.
Look at this.
Double chain hook. Oh, there you go. Everybody gets one. On picking that up as well. Rather the 80 carry. But yeah, Lyric, that was going to be the Infernal Soul. Gideon just walking where he has no vision.
And walking by himself. No team around him. They were just getting their waves under control, as you can see in bot and mid. So a bit inopportune for IG on that one. And now, again, not only soul point, but it just feels like stacking up one Drake is just so much more powerful than you know, getting one of each. So a lot of damage going to be online for BLG. We already saw there. We saw how much Yagao, the like AP assassin, chunked out the big tank on the opposite side. Sure, not really a lot of magic resist on Gideon whatsoever, but just eating away at that health bar.
Hex Flash going to be used. There's the all-in Bin against the wall, but he still gets his ulti off. Nani has pulled his, but it's a little bit early. Everfrost to try and kill Bin. Nani flashes back in, but they used everything to kill one cannon. The rest of IG can't get there in time, and Elk just takes a free double.
The damage now might just be too much to contend with. So many members of IG getting chunked out so quickly, and we're consistently seeing them play around what is not their Aphelios, what is not their big carry on the team that really would be taking over the game if he was enabled right now. And right, this is one of the reasons why IG is sitting below BLG in the standings, is like mishaps like this.
Well, IG came off the start of this split with no expectations and hit the barrel running, but in this split, as On runs into Event Horizon, still going to get stunned up, is such a threat. BLG, however, on the other hand, they were preseason champions of Demacia Cup, facing down a Game 1 win here as IG are getting threatened in their own base, and this has been so topsy-turvy. 46 kill game. It feels like BLG have the advantage, Luke, but it's not over yet. Baron's up in 2 minutes. The Infernal Soul for both teams in 3 minutes 50, and IG are puzzling to find out how they can get a little pick off the back of this reset.
When was the last time we saw a full-on team fight? You know, when was the last time you saw people like the Gnar and the Sejuani standing in front of the Aphelios, and Dove going in with his ult and buying space? And really, IG just haven't been able to find that, haven't been able to get what they wanted. Consistently trying to play around the strength of their Gnar in the side lane, but that's not turning into neutrals. That's not helping you get closer to getting, you know, Infernal Soul for yourself or picking up another Baron. So I think BLG been doing a job of like realizing what IG want to do and how their composition plays out and playing around it accordingly. We can even see now, just control more vision, play around the LeBlanc and the Blitz.
I was gonna say it again, like it's been a kind of woeful mid game, especially for people like On. But you brought out this really good topic that Blitzcrank is always going to be relevant. And even though we've seen Wink on something that has infinite scaling, it's a support. And more importantly, Event Horizon is manageable. Once you get hooked, that's it. Especially with a silence coming through from On. It's funny that someone can have this kind of performance and still be such a threat as BLG, speaking of. Getting this bottom lane turret, and Lyric, you're looking at what Gideon's trying to do. He positioned a top side to cover Nani, but they're losing everything because of it.
Yeah, they're giving so much to BLG. They're so afraid of Yagao and Elk right now, both on full build. Kind of understandably so why they're afraid. Again, I just feel like there's too much damage. There's too much damage for IG to contend with right now, and it seems like that's why they're afraid of now even opting into grouping up themselves. We finally just got the final item coming out from On with that Maw, and we'll see if that can be the difference maker in terms of him being able to survive the onslaught that Yagao and Bin are going to be throwing at him.
114 stacks of primordial evil or phenomenal evil or just some evil dude's power. Wink doesn't really have that much AP. Even as support guys, you'd think maybe he'd be on the horizon of like 400 with how this game's been so aggressive and so long. I want to note, Yagao without a rabbit on 650 AP. And that's a lot of Magic Pen as well as you look at his angle. Level 18, they're hitting the Baron, but they're turning to the fight. The all-in's there. A good all-in stun, but now IG have to be wary of Yagao. They haven't killed anyone yet. IG, as you said, Lyric, got to be scared of the damage as Arn jumps forward, but he's chasing. The Event Horizon saves his life as on to Shun. Hang on, a Felios moment. No way. It's happening again. On, run for your life. Yagao there as well as Elk is the only hope of taking him down. Gravitum is there with Calibrum too, but Arn's going to heal this back up with the BT. On needs a beautiful hit onto Arn through the gap close. Hook. Event Horizon saves his day. Elk's going to be rooted up. There's a double with Renan. Arn's still alive as Blue Buff is saving his life. Arn's going to die onto Elk. The range is there.
Oh,
they kill each other. That's my LPL.
That was insane. Oh no, Navy, wait. Yep, it's oh
He's
no for
still
Navy.
dead,
Yagao is just
right?
too big, maybe?
Yagao should be able to get this. The
Waiting for
distortion
cooldowns?
wall will take a sigil over the wall. And Yagao gets into kill number
What?
11. Max Magi stacks and the
I
game's
love
still
this
going.
league. I absolutely love the LPL, man. What a ridiculous turn of events. Like, IG, it's like, oh no. We've got to a point where now they don't have enough damage. They're not taking down any members, but they do have the damage. It's all onto the 80 carry, who we're going to see here. Moonlight Victor's not really able to connect with anyone, and he isn't really able to get down any autos before this fight goes on. We see huge engage coming out from the Kennen, but On with the presence of mind to run forward, start kiting down people like Shun, and then running them down. On regretting that hook onto On very fast, is it just leads Bin to dying. And yeah, this was fun. That's all I got.
Fair. That's very well done. Well said. Let's do it again, shall we? We're almost at 60 kills. No, we're above it. Excuse me. Almost at 70 at this point. Wait, how's my math doing? No, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at 60. I was right the first time. As Baron is going to be started for the quadrazillionth time as IG are moving in. Look at the gun choice here from the Abelis that has no summoners. BLG using this angle. Yagao. Oh, you sneaky little snake. If he gets in, Lyric, that GA's going to get popped. Yagao into another brush. They're taking the engage. Watch him out as Arn is just exposed. GA is gone as Bin's ulti's good. He might die in the process, but IG have lost their 80 carry after what was such a great fight. The overconfidence is a killer. You're dead. Yagao's going to kill you before the TP. Bye-bye.
And now, I mean, look at these death timers. They should just be able to look for the push off this. Naney trying to do his best to clear out this wave, but there's a wave in top. There's still ways for BLG to end this game. And I love that BLG reset off the last fight and realized, hey guys, how about we use all of our mobility to actually just kill the Aphelios? They do that, and now they're going to be able to push and find themselves a win.
Oh my God, it's finally over this 41-minute game that has been supporting 62 kills, but over 60 kills in 41 minutes. That was nuts.
Yeah, that was, I don't know. That was absolutely wild for Yagao being able to do so much. It felt like it took BLG a while to kind of realize how to play around some of these fights. But once they had the idea, yeah, it was just all in like full force. They were picking up so much damage, so many more items than the opposite side was. And for IG, they got to a point where they really only had one threat. It was all on shoulders, and he wasn't able to do anything. Now, I'm going to take a stab. I don't know. I hope we don't have to wait for MVP or anything because, you know, you've kind of opted us out of not having a break. So it'd be nice if we could just be like, hey, LPL, Game 2 pick ban.
Boom. That'd be cool. We'll get MVP in a second anyway. Because, look, they'll do that. They'll do a little splash, as they normally do. We're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen, how far along Game 2 is. Of course, if you're tuning in for the first time, it's because this is in Shanghai. Our first series was in Suzhou. It has set times.
Hey,
there's pick and ban. We have a Malphite. IG are standing on playoff door. They want to win this series so badly. TT is sitting there at home going, BLG, come on. One more is all it takes. And in their way is a rock-solid human being up in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it time and time again, right? The Malphite brought out into the Kennen specifically here in the LPL. You know, trying to get as tanky as you can. Oh, we're
live.
Yeah,
Are we
we're jumping
live?
in right.
Are we live? We are live, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. We are live, and we are proud to be live.
True. I was at first kind of internally molding that you just opted out of the break. I'm like, I kind of, you know, break.
You wanted that break, didn't you?
Would have been nice, but
you wanted that break,
you know,
right?
if we can be live, we take those. We absolutely take those, as we see here. I mean, BLG once again kind of running this composition with multiple threats. You have backline access. You saw that it's always going to be relevant in terms of like what a Kennen can do if it's able to get on your backline. You have a lot of mobility to be able to follow up and try and play off your sides with the Weaver's Wall, as well as Shun on the Lee Sin. So we'll see how they pilot this, but shouldn't be too different from game one. I guess Yagao's role is the one that is in stark contrast, because Dove is actually taking that with him going to be on the LeBlanc. So we need to see him putting up pressure in mid lane, especially post 6, being able to jump in once you have that Mimic available can do a lot. Then be able to link up and I think really start getting ahead your AD carry, because on last game was the saving grace. He was the hope for IG, and he showed, especially in that one team fight, that even when he's by himself, he can deliver.
Very, very true. Dove getting the, I'd say, the better trade in the end over Yagao at level 1 here is good dread line. On hitting that, that's a good little hook onto Arn. Elk does pop the ghost, but there's an exhaust in response. Arn even burning the summoner there. Advantage BLG for the summoner trade.
Here's the real question. Who is named on first?
That's a good question. Well, On was, what was On's name before On?
It was, Owo.
There's your... Oh, it was Owo. We could have literally had Owo or bloody... There was someone else called Uwu. There was 100% an Uwu player who also name changed in the LPL or LDL scene. But
yeah.
I don't know why you changed from Owo, like... That's the best name. What? What is that mechanic? BLG going in for that engage, though. Arn and Wink are level 2, so they might need to back off. But the lollipopping, man, I think I'm at a bloody lolly fair.
Yeah, still, defined it, but not going to be exactly what they wanted, like you said. And going back to the last one real quick, the saddest thing is he changed On right when he became a starter, so we never got the cast. Oh, whoa. We only got the cast launch. Isn't the same.
Dude.
But wait. Look what is the same. Topside ganks. We love topside ganks.
We do indeed. And guess what? It's going to be matched here. Dove actually going to help out Nani. Level 3, the Malphite flashes away. Shun is between the minion wave, but a Sonic Wave still connects. Under turret, though. Bin getting autoed once. Dove just needs to find the next one. Chain. Oh, Fleetwood Mac warned us about this, but still. Dove will find the kill in response as Shun gets out of there alive. TP here to get the rest of the wave.
Yeah. Ends up going down, so 1 for 1 in the end. Like you said, Nani luckily not going to miss out on too much. Still missed out on a little bit. You can already see Bin building up a big advantage for himself. Picking the Malphite, right? It's a lot more what you can do once you get a few levels under your belt. Kind of just ignore the lane, walk up to minions, hit the E, and then, you know, provide a lot in those team fights with your ulti once it's time for those big 5v5s. So we can already see for BLG, though, a bit of a change-up from last game. Wanting to put more resources and make sure that Bin becomes a threat that has to be worried about much earlier in the game, because with how many kills were allocated up towards topside from IG, it just meant that we didn't get to like 2-3 items from the Kennen until so long. On
has to flash away. He doesn't have the ghost available. Arn's in a lot of trouble here. BLG's 2v2. I mean, On is just getting revenge for the last game. Wink is going to be ordered to death as well. A 2-0-0 IG. If you want to go to playoffs, this ain't how you start.
On absolutely pissed that someone took his name, and he's, you know, he's committed. He's committed to taking down this person he sees as an absolute fraud. Able to connect the hooks this time, and yeah, just doing a lot to leverage and set Elk up. And you know, we haven't talked much about BLG as a team and like their identity, but I feel like they've pivoted well to being able to enable all of their key players, because even though we don't call BLG a super team, because I feel like in comparison to like the names that JNG picked up, you just really can't. They picked up a squad of people who were either like best on their team in lower teams, or players who were still like top 3, top 4 in their role. Yagao coming off his best split, honestly, ever from 2022 summer. Bin, always a force to be reckoned with. Elk and Shun, best players on kind of bad teams. So this is a team that I think has a lot of talent, have done a good job of being able to enable and play these compositions that have 3 carry threats. But at the end of the day, Elk is still the biggest damage dealer on the squad and the one set up for the most success.
That late game insurance 80 carry. One we talk about a lot in the LPL. It was Viper who got similar treatment on EDG. It's what we said is Gideon's coming in. There's going to be a 3v3, maybe 4v3 in the bottom lane. Great Weaver's wall sections off Arn, who has no summoners. This is getting dicey fast.
And it just looks like BLG, after the shaky game 1, wanting to show us a much more stable performance this time around. Already almost bringing a gold lead. First dragon going to be picked up. And we're going to see here, minion goes down, hook comes out, able to get the passive in there to be able to make sure he's locked out for a bit longer, get more damage out, and then they just run down the bot lane of IG. Stuff like this too, like Elk and On, able to do it by themselves. Because when you look at things like jungle proximity, they actually don't have an incredibly high jungle proximity. A lot of the time, you see Shun giving early attention to top. Actually the highest top jungle proximity in the game, but bot lane not only like very self-sufficient, but still given like the space, given the vision, knows what they need.
Wink has to be a little bit careful here. Dredge line is up and available, but against Rakan, it looks like a hard task. Is claiming Quill for a bit of sustain. Waiting for On yet again to just throw out one of those brilliant hooks. He had a game 1 of getting caught out consistently, and it looks like he's kind of proving himself once again. I want to say, if we're speaking about great names, Lyric, Naruto in the LDL still exists as, hang on a minute, Wink walked up to this Dredge line, going to be hit by the 80 carry. Wink has to go in to save his AD. Arn now to try and 1v2 with the shurikens. Can he do it? Oh, he can, but he kills Elk, as Elk kills him yet again. These ADs faced off, but Lyric, look at the wave, and Elk also getting a kill again.
Yeah, so Wave's going to go in. That's going to be a bit denied coming out for On. He did get a small shutdown off the kill he just got onto Elk, but Elk getting another kill. I mean, yeah, you definitely still in favor of the BLG bot lane with what was able to come through there.
Hey, the crowd like, hey, attaboy. God, this is rough though. Let's be real as we look at this again.
Yeah, we're going to see this come out, wanting to just run them down. Wink, though, able to get the knock over the exhaust, doing so much to prevent the damage from Melt coming on through, and then Red-White being available to give a little bit of sustain, a bit more DPS, and turns into the kill going through. But like we saw there, right, more gold going over for On, it being offset by the fact that he did lose some minions since, you know, his evil twin was able to get the wave pushed in.
On's not even level 6 yet. He's down 10 CS. On is just looking for his 4th death right now, or rather Shun's going to find it for him. Level 6 against the wall. It's going to be easy as, but still buying some time. Sonic Wave doesn't connect though.
But
okay,
On's
we've got a
making
bit
his
more
way
time.
over.
And On just hits the hook again. God damn it. This guy on Nautilus this game is running amok.
They even gave time for On to get there to be able to take down On. A bit tragic. 1 and 4. A bit of a role reversal in terms of which one is getting targeted and focused down in these games. But a huge lead in bot, huge lead in jungle with the player gold right here. Like Elk being more than 1k gold up over On. Shun being almost 1k gold up.
Hang on, bit of a mistake. Elk does take some of the damage aggro. That was really nicely toggled by Elk to make sure that On doesn't die.
Look at the player cams though. Elk was smiling, Elk was laughing. They know what kind of position they're in.
True.
And now we're just looking at, I guess for IG, where do we use a Rift Herald? Where does Gideon get this gold place down? I don't really think you could use it in bot. Like your bot lane just getting pushed in so heavily and punished so much. I guess maybe your best opportunity would be mid. You can see recalls coming out now. Maybe as Dove and Wink come back out onto the map, you send both of them mid. You send Gideon there as well and try to set up for that play.
What kind of crazy player doesn't take a skin or Malphite? Dude, there's so many good skins on Malphite. Surely Nani could have one. As who's going to ulti this? Now, Weaver's wall is coming through. Yagao's about to fly on in. All it takes is a shove against the wall, and Nani's in trouble. He has that unstoppable force available, but aggressively, defensively, how's it going to be used? He gets stunned up, doesn't even get to do it. He flashes. IG, they need this series to make playoffs, and Game 2 is looking even more doomed as On runs through and might be given something, and that's the off we know, as BLG are going to get caught with a trade here, but Bing just gets a lane to push in. Yagal hovers over. IG is still being forced to match every waking moment of BLG.
Look, and if you're watching this and you're wondering, IG are losing. Oh, wait, I'll pause. L going
It
to
is
go
a
in.
1v1. Gravin's
comes
going
out.
to be there. Are we going to kill each other yet again? Arn flashes in. No way! He dodges away from the last auto of Elk. Arn is fired up. He's pissed off.
The fact that Elk couldn't connect that damage was the difference maker in On being able to win out in the 1v1. I love these 80 carries, man. They are not. I mean, they're not like the rest of their team.
Fight.
On
Again, do it again. Kite
Not
away
able
from
to connect.
Dove. Seismic shove. Oh, Sonic Wave does connect, but Shun. Will he flash kick? Dove comes back in confidently. IG is still down 2,000 gold. Lyric, as we look at the replay here, this 1v1 and 80 carry might be meaningful in the long con.
We're going to see again, Miss coming out, able to connect that one, turns into a Moonlight Vigil, the huge explosion from the shotgun. But again, a few of these missing on the back end is a difference maker. On kind of nice stepping. Look, I was watching like a competitive FPS game with him strafing back and forth.
Feels like it with these 280 carries going neck and neck. I mean, 6 deaths between them at 12 minutes. We've got 12 deaths at 12 minutes as well. I mean, this game might not be as bloodthirsty yet as the last one, but it is heading in that direction.
It's ramping up quickly.
It really is. And look, teams are trying to get proactive here as IG defend their bottom lane from Elk, getting any more of a push here. But they're gearing up for Dragon. One already picked up by BLG and Lyric. 4 members here as Dredgeline narrowly misses. BLG are going to start it off.
Going to see if IG even want to contest. Doesn't look like it. You can look at the mini-map and see Dove going for his reset. They aren't evened into it. So 2 Drakes now on the board for BLG. And I want to point out, even if you're an IG fan out there, if BLG wins, it is a win for everyone. It's a win for the common man, woman, anything else.
Child.
Pets, child, others,
Donkey.
every community in the world. Because it means TT's in playoffs. And everyone in the world is a fan of Thunder Talk Gaming. So, you know, even if IG has to be sacrificed in this series for TT to be confirmed, we take that.
Well, you do. Look, if IG don't win here, they're not going to be out, but things are still going to be very hard. As here we go again. Sonic Wave, kick back. Death number 5. We're going to find out. He got Severum to heal up. But depth charge just in case. Arn is getting bullied this game, and look, overstepping a bit here, it cost him again.
Once again punished. IG going to try and punish on the opposite side, rearing up to get on top of Ben. Does have the Slicing Maelstrom. Flash also there, but with 4 members strong, I do not know how much that's going to do.
All right, Ben against the turret. IG, are you going to just make the move, or are we going to sit here and dance all day?
They even had
No,
a
they
window.
just-
They even had a window to go for it.
They
Decided
did.
not to. I guess they're too afraid of reinforcements already being close by to want to commit to the play. You know, thinking, oh, we'll get locked up by Slicing Maelstrom. There's going to be a ton of damage coming out from that. And essentially, we'll get here to show the Weaver's Wall play, and instead not to go for it. But now you're giving control over a second Herald. It feels like to BLG, getting top wave pushed in. Members here, some vision can come out. And even having things like the Slicing Maelstrom open means that these big 5v5 tools are online. And I don't think IG can even contend for this one.
Ooh, there's going to be a Weaver's Wall, though. Wink does go in to try and give Arn some space. Stretch line narrowly avoided. That's an ulti down. But Herald is still available for BLG as they push out mid. Lyric and moving back towards his top lane. Yet another objective for this team. And every time they don't get a kill, it's like, well, do IG get anything in response? The answer is no, because BLG are always trading up to spite it.
BLG could be able to further this gold lead more and more. And it's just, I mean, for IG, it's so weird because it's hard to talk about like what we should be looking for teams to do when it really feels like a large part of IG's success so far in this game has been devolving into chaos. Looking for a pick though.
Kill. No, they're going to find it, but Stretch Line gets him out. Instead, they flash on top of Elk. He gets over the wall, but the quickness matches. As intercept today is Shun, but they still haven't killed Elk. They used everything to kill this Zeri, but she survives after it all. IG cannot grab a break, and TT must be sitting at home, smiling from ear to ear. Here's rock solid Nani. Are you going to ult this game? Onto a Nautilus to get out. I tell you what, the skin was the first indication that something was wrong. Is he dead?
Going, though.
Nani has to flash away. Sonic Wave was already used to get in. The Herald looking for a second charge. Successfully, it will find it. And BLG moved to close to a 5,000 gold lead at 15 minutes in the game. This is not looking good for Invictus Gaming fans. Their dream split, the split where they started off by beating teams like EDG, it's gone backwards.
This was so nice, though. Just watch Elk's movement. They go on top of him, knockup comes out, quickness comes out, it's not there, but the dash into the flash over the wall, and then Shun and On being heroes coming in to make sure that On can't finish off the kill, but having everything he needs, playing around that terrain so well, and then not giving Nani the opportunity to come in on a flank and try and set something up with a huge ultimate on the Malphite. So for IG, even in a world where they connect everything, right? Even where you get like a big Malphite ultimate into the quickness, into like a 5-man Moonlight Vigil with the launch sorting on top of everyone, I don't even know if that will be enough to just outright burst down members on the opposing side just yet. And we're getting quicker and quicker to where, I mean, we can see now, like, things like the stopwatch being for Yagao. Just finished off his Leandries too, getting like more health out of Shun, who won't go down, has things like the kick available to even like get people like wink away fold. And yeah, it is rough. Need to look for picks, but again, how do you start setting up for picks when you don't have map control? You kind of have to do what they did before, which is playing around these like weird pockets you expect BLG to walk through and give up pressure elsewhere.
Maybe utilize Nani a little bit more. His Unstoppable Force is almost up and available. That little pocket right there has a bit of vision on it. So IG maybe trying to gear up as Dragon spawns. This will be the third Dragon. It'll be BLG's start of an Infernal and lead them to Soul Point. IG, they move in, they're split up. Nani's here by himself. He knew that they were just mid. He saw them all on the wave. Wink now by himself. Arms isolated too. IG, I think their split started like 6-0, 6-1. They were near top of the standings. 7-8, looking down the barrel of 7-9, where playoffs will be in the hands of someone else. As Dove gets locked down, make it end, they must be screaming, because they are getting schooled by BLG.
The silver lining for IG is coming into the day. They were tied with RNG and WE, but they had a +2 game difference. Both RNG and WE had negative game differences. So as long as one of those teams can also go down, the fact that IG after this will be at 0 might be the thing that saves them. Those earlier wins and how convincing some of them were, being able to take games off of series they were losing, could be what brings them across the finish line if someone like RNG drops the ball.
But let's be real, as IG teleport in on top of Bin, if IG go to playoffs, they're looking like a first-round dropout team. I'll be completely honest. Playoffs are a different beast, but this team has changed a lot where in Game 1, there's a lot of back and forth, but Game 2, slapped around by Shun a little bit. This team of BLG has been great in the 2v2 alone. Bin, as he stands here, he's got flash, he's got ulti available. On's coming in as well. The whole team is collapsing against a cannon and a Nautilus. Run away! Bin, flash, ulti, you know it's coming up, so they turn instead. A good move, but the depth charge onto Dove makes it dangerous. A flash away from the Dreadblind, good too. That was Nani's shining light as Yagao might die to get in on the side. That'll even things up, but BLG still get vision in the bottom side, and it's still going to take a lot more than that from IG to get back into this one.
Still, BLG need to not let their foot off the gas. I don't know, the difference in comms. Yagao pushing up so far on the top side while they're trying to make a play up down in bot. And it's weird decision making coming out from Yagao here. I don't know if they can pivot by the other members of BLG and let the call was to initially play towards that top side, but it ends up with the kill going over. That really doesn't change where we're at with the game. BLG Soul Point, 7k gold up, even more items coming out with that black cleaver now. being built by Shun. You definitely want to have any missteps that give IG any leeway back into the game.
Definitely not, because look, we've seen both teams willing to fight for it as well. And one little pick off, you know, BLG found the momentum in the last game through that great team fight around Baron. All it took was one, and as Gideon now runs into Fog of War yet again, he did this in the first game. He'll be shut back as well. He's trying to turn it around, but he just used Cyclone on Yagao. As he goes Golden Dove is now the target. Sonic Wave is Tarzan, excuse me. Shun this time on the Lee Sin. Picks up a double. 10-0 and 2 as IG turn for the 80 carry. Elk almost going down. He takes so much, but Arn is now reduced to nothing. Bin takes a 1v2 on Tarzan. Excuse me, I did it again. Shun comes back in. Kill number 11. I'm just so used to talking about Tarzan on Lee Sin as Wink runs for his life. BLG giving more kills and 3
Baron
dead
time.
of IG. Yeah, Baron's up.
Oh, they're actually not going to go for it with the fact that they don't have L. Maybe just not feeling confident that they have the DPS to be able to take this down fast enough with how short death timers are right now. You can already see Gideon and Dove making their way back up. So they will be able to take down mid-turret, get more gold there. They deny Raptors. And the pivot towards this Baron's coming. Will they start it? Nope. Just going to be make sure that they get down to our vision and go for resets. Gonna go right into the replay. And IG wanted to try and find a pick on this Talia. But BLG, knowing that that's what the angle was, they have on waiting in that drive rush. Yagao doesn't go down. The amount of CC buys time for Shun to come in. He immediately gets the kill on Dove, able to follow up with the one on the Gideon. And then IG, knowing they want something in response, like perfect timing. They find 80 carry all by themselves, lock them up. They do manage to pick up the first one, but still, like, other members come in. We have item advantages across the sides of BLG, and then able to finish and wrap that one up. So with no Baron able to be picked up, they're just trying to control right now since what will be Soul for them. It's up in 1 minute.
Soul Infernal for this Tarzan Lee Sin. It's Shun Lee Sin. God damn it. I keep doing it. It's because earlier on we had Tarzan's Lee Sin, and I feel like the most dominant Lee Sin games have been from that man. Shun deserves respect though, right? He's a carrier BLG. I feel like when we came into the split, we looked towards this man quite a lot. And even though it's been Elk carrying in later portions of the game, Shun has been a great, like, little piece of allegiance you can, you know, salute to in the early part as Nadine has to ult away because he's so scared of Shun right now. 2.5 items with the Black Cleaver running into that Randuin's third. It's a big deal right now that this Lee Sin is everywhere on the map. Look at him, Lyric. Assassin. He can't see anything, but he can feel the tremors.
He can. 11-0 and 2. He's huge right now and might even walk right into Gideon.
I mean, they're walking into him. Is that the right move? The kick there. Sonic Wave taken. The damage onto Arn's going to be huge, but it's interrupted. Great Cyclone and a dodge from Arn at the end. But Wink's dead. Bin now chasing up. 80 carry gets Sonic Wave and slapped to the face. Lyric now maybe Baron. I mean, Naney's just having a pretty rough second game as Yagao has to flash away. Dove might even die here as he distortions out, but Elk follows through. Meanwhile, Ben has killed Gideon. Dove
Can they just
died.
end? They can just end.
BLG. It is so easy for them.
I really can't believe they're turning on to Baron here. You have 30 seconds, I guess 15 seconds on 20 on Naney, but this definitely looked like an end game angle.
Really did.
Let's prolong the misery. I'm up for it. If they know that IG is a potential playoff team, you want to break the spirits here. So then when you face them, they remember this moment. We're gonna see how this all starts off. Shun managing to find his way on, but look at that knockup from Cyclone into Gravitum. He isn't able to pick it up. But on the opposite side of the fight, I guess more wanted to see Elk soloing Naney because he's just able to run him down with the Ghost and the Lightning Crash down coming out. Dove buying a lot of time, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter when you have an 80 carry that is in this mobile.
Yeah. 30 kills in 24 minutes. We have again gone for the bloodthirsty taste as IG want to stop this Infernal Soul, but they are down over 10,000 gold at 25 minutes into the game. This would be more than a miracle as Dove is doing not much. What on this LeBlanc? Dangerous as always. He doesn't flash, but he gets out with a cheeky distortion. Naney's tagged on the back end, and Gideon now hopes for a flank, a position into the back of this dragon. Bin's in base though. Guys, Spin's ending. TT is sitting there. Yes, yes, they shout. They get playoffs with a win here. IG want playoffs themselves, but no one's backing. IG, hello, hello. Knock, knock, who's there? It's TT going to playoffs, baby. That's who. As IG, that was just sad. I don't know what you're doing here, but you've given the game up. You might even lose playoffs over this, but BLG and TT are going to be tied after this one. As Yagao just sits there, he's laughing at this point. TT, salute you, BLG, as they secure playoffs. And BLG move up to 10 with the big boys.
The only thing I can think of is by the time that they're there at the Dragon, in their mind, they're like, well, we're already all here. We have no TP, so we'd have to full-on commit 2 resets. They're just going to be able to cancel those right away. You know, throw hands up in the air, go for the fight, and, you know, hope for the best. We've probably already lost the game anyway. Because, yeah, that was a bit questionable that we didn't even see them try to get away and reset. But good on BLG. This does help them, right? Trying to make their way up to 10-5. They want to be able to take that 4th place spot away from Labo and make their way all the way to the portion right before double elim. You know, again, get out of as many series as you can. Get more time to scrim, more time to see like what the playoff meta develops into. Get more footage of your opponents. Like the whole shebang always works out. And again, TT, the big winners here, lock themselves into playoffs, which means the world are big winners because we all wanted to see TT. And to kind of bring it into a playoff discussion off of this, yeah, first time. Yeah, not since they were DML, right? Have they made it? Or I guess even Sino Dragon 2019. Yeah. You said IG, even if they make playoffs, look like a team that might just fizzle out in the first round. I'll say, to be fair, out of teams who are in the running for first round right now, I'd say only TT would be a favorite going into whatever series they play. Like, on paper, I guess TES would, but TS are losing to everybody, so I would even argue no. So I think kind of barring TT, TS, IG, RNG, WE, in terms of form, I don't even know who I'd have a favorite in any of those games. I think you could have a favorite in terms of like pressure, like RNG roster and TS players have been in high pressure before, so you know maybe they could eke it out. But yeah, that I think the first round is really looking like a potential who's who of who can win out on, I guess, whoever doesn't have to play against TT.
Whoever can throw up in the air and catch. I mean, honestly, still, I stand by saying that I feel like IG are in a really rough position, and we know they are because their potential is in someone else's hands. Like their playoffs, for the first time in a while, by the way, is in someone else's hands. And I think also on top of that, like you're right, TT for the first time ever, not only going to playoffs, but in that first round, if that's where they are, yeah, might look like an absolute favorite because of how they've played this split, of how consistent they've been in comparison to this other bottom tier. Playoffs is weird in the LPL. I've always known that like this LPL playoffs would be strange because of our mess around of players and our change up. But still, now that we're here and we're getting closer, it's just so crazy. There you go, damage numbers, 25-minute game. I mean, IG just kind of ran out of options, and it never came together in this game, which is kind of sad to see with the comp that they tried to field for game number 2.
Not able to get it done. And IG were the team that, coming into the final stretch, I actually did believe that IG were the team was to get knocked out of playoffs, just having this hard schedule today against BLG. And then you look at schedules of people like WE have to play NIP in their last match. You look at the schedule of RNG, and they play RA in their last match. And again, we've seen upsets, but who knows what could happen.
That's right, who knows? As we pick up an interview, I believe we are with Elk for an interview lyric, unless I didn't hear right, so we're going to throw it over to the stadium to hear from him.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and now I'm standing with the 80 carry Elk from BLG Gaming. First, congratulations on your 2-0 victory today. And first question is about Game 1. You've got so bloody Game 1, team fight after team fight. So, is it your pre-game strategy? 那么首先恭喜 Elk 以及 BLG 今天2-0拿下了比赛。那么今天的话，其实想要问到第一个问题是关于第一局，其实你们打了非常多的团战，然后打了非常血腥的一局比赛，这个是赛前有预料到过的吗？
第一局因为那个阵容打下来，然后我们就一直找机会吧，然后我们前期也是有点劣势，然后 然后龙魂也不能给嘛，然后所以说就是我们一直在找机会，然后看他们有没有给失误，然后我们去打团战这种。
Actually, in game one, our draft can find some good opportunity, and we can't give up the Drake soul, so we have to try to find the chance to take the team fight. The second question is about the game one, the third Drake, and Yagao make the play. He steal the Drake and he get multiple kills. So, what is the team communication at that time? 那么第一局比赛可能就是第3条龙的时候，当时这个牙膏在这波团战里面打得很秀，他是抢了龙，并且拿了很多杀。当时那一波团战，其实队伍里面是怎么去沟通，让他去在可能说人比较少的、比较劣势的情况下去做那波操作的？
其实因为第一把打的团战有点多，然后第一把，然后高哥发挥也是非常的好，然后其实当时的沟通到底是什么，其实我有点忘了。然后到那个时候，我们应该就是看操作了。
Actually, we have so many team fights in game one, so I just can't remember which team fight that was. But Yagao really played well in game one. In game two, you got solo killed in bottom lane on Zeri versus Aphelios, and after that kill, you smiled. And what did you tell to your teammates, and what happened at that time? 那么第2局比赛，其实前期你们拿到优势以后，在下路1v1上，这个泽利打厄斐琉斯最后是惜败。当时那波1v1当中是发生了什么，以及你在那一波过后跟队友是怎么去沟通的？
当时就是没打过吧，然后也没说什么，然后就说了一个对面 AD 没双招，然后就这种。
Actually, at that time, I just told my teammates that he doesn't have any summoner skills, and that's all. And the last question today is about the regular season is near the end, and you got advanced to the playoffs. So what's your goal in the playoffs? 那么常规赛也接近末尾了，想要问一下你们对于季后赛是有怎样的一个目标呢？
希望春季赛的话能去 MSI 吧，然后希望自己还有我们整个队伍在季后赛的时候发挥的可以更好，然后打得更好。
We really want to play well. Perform well in the playoffs and finally get advanced to the MSI. And that's all for the interview today. 再一次感谢 Elk 来接受我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Sam and Elk, and focusing on the bigger picture for BLG. They've already secured playoffs. I'm not surprised here. Getting in that form and considering with the win today as well, Lyric, they have a chance to finish 11-5 with their final series, I believe, is it NIP? Who are they versing? Excuse me. So they have a chance to be like in the second or maybe third round. Yeah, they can actually make that, which is kind of exciting for BLG.
But also just directly under them, like that is something that can be very talent into playoffs. You know, depending on win or lose, who even knows? Like again, how brackets shake out is going to be crazy. But On is going to get our MVP. It's great. It's such a difference from game 2 where it kind of had a running gag. Talking about his deaths, which is how much it was happening. But game 2,
and he died once in this game.
Again, he was the bringer of death. Was a heat soul straight onto On. Some of the hooks actually had to do with how good he is at hitting those.
So good, yeah. Again, I cannot believe that. I can't believe that we're talking about On in the second game when these hooks were. Crazy hitboxes, but to give credit to On, like his timing and his windows of them were pretty legendary.
Oh, they were great. They were fantastic coming on through. Because again, they didn't get a whole ton of jungle pressure in this game until later on. A lot of these early times, it was just them outplaying in the 2v2. And we already know El, incredibly competent AD carry. We said later on like worst teams for years, and now coming in and having On who's able to have games like this in Match of Luck. I don't know why they showed that one.
Why not? Why not, bro? It's LPL. Just put everything in there.
The only thing I noticed that was that El clapped his hands after it. Well, good on him. Good on him.
It's got to be in there for sure.
Just going to keep landing these hooks left and right. We said it. It's nice to get back into a meta where you can have more engaged supports come out because you don't usually see the support MVPs come out in an Enchanter meta. We actually had quite a few more than I expected this split.
Yeah.
But On really bringing it home with this one. And now we're rounding out the day, rounding out the split. Gets playoffs where who knows what could happen? Who knows what teams are playing each other? Who knows if we're going to cast together? You know, because you decide. But you
No, I don't know.
and yeah, who knows what happened today? Because we yeah.
Hey, okay, bring them up, bring them up. All that needs to be said is a massive congrats in a second because of this BLG win. All I want to say is earlier on LNG, the game 2 was just very strange, but still 12-3. They've got one more series left to go, but we were saying before, it'll depend on EDG to see if they can find themselves a place in the top 2. As there you go, TT have been locked in, all because of game differential, and now we only have RNG, WEIG, and RA in contention for playoffs. 2 spots left remaining, 4 teams, and with IG taking a loss here today on their 4th loss streak. Now what? That ends their split. They can't play for it anymore. It's up to RNG and WE to take a loss. They are now the makers, Lyric, of their own success.
You know what? You're banking on NIP and you're banking on RA if you're IG, because you just need one of those to beat, a WE or an RNG. It's very possible. I will still say not like incredibly likely, but NIP won series against RNG, so very doable for them to take down Team WE coming up. Doable for RA to take down RNG as we look at tomorrow, because we actually have one of those series tomorrow. Every day now is super important. If RA can take down RNG tomorrow, that affects RNG, that affects literally all 4 teams left in the running.
Yep. And then if RA beat RNG, IG will be sitting there cheering. As you said, it's about these teams creating the upsets. As look later on, Top Esports and FPX, meaningful for Top Esports as well, because if they lose that, there's a chance they might start in the first round as well. There's a lot on the line here. Yeah, go for it.
I think it's like almost impossible they don't start in the first round. I think the thing is like, do they end up in 10th and have to then play against who is potentially like a TT or an OMG or someone like that? Or do they get, again, one of those other teams who kind of are looking a bit like fodder right now that the upper teams are going to be able to destroy?
Oh, God, it's crazy, isn't it? But, folks, that's it for tonight's LPL. Big thank you to Lyric and to all of you for sticking by. It's been a hectic night, especially with the last series, but we're going to leave you with it. And on this final week of the LPL, we now only have 4 days left remaining. That was 3, I'm sorry. It's bye for now, but not forever. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.